Forward. As historian and historical sociologist, editor of the New Left Review, historian of modern Marxist theory, and now generative theorist himself, in Passages from Antiquity to Feudalism 1974, Lineages of the Absolute State 1974, Considerations on Western Marxism 1976, and Arguments within English Marxism 1980, to cite the major titles, Perry Anderson has become over the past 15 years one of a handful of our premier contemporary Marxists. It was in his landmark Considerations on Western Marxism, an intellectual history of Marxist theory in Western Europe from about 1920 to 1968, or roughly after the isolation of the Russian Revolution, that Anderson produced what is by wide agreement our most penetrating guide to an interpretation of modern Marxism. His focus in Considerations is trained sharply and rather exclusively on the work of Lukács, Korsch, Gramsci, Adorno, Marcuse, Benjamin, Sartre, Althusser, Della Volpe, and Coletti. In this new book, in the tracts of historical materialism, the bulk of which was delivered as the second annual series of Wellock Library Lectures at Irvine in May of 1982, Anderson disclaims for several good reasons that he has written a sequel to Considerations. The period with which he deals is much shorter. His style here is, in the mode of public speaking, slightly more informal. In the new book, unlike the old, he has had to deal with Marxism in its intellectual context, concurrent developments in contemporary philosophy and critical theory. Still, I do not think it either ungracious of me, given the genre of my remarks, or inaccurate, given what Anderson has written, to say that in the tracts of historical materialism is, in fact, a kind of sequel to Considerations on Western Marxism. Those who have read and appreciated the earlier work are going to see it that way. Those who have not will suffer no disadvantage. They will instead read a gripping account of contemporary theory, one of the few works of contemporary theory. Maybe there are 3 or 4 others, which we will come back to and recommend to our friends and students, and no small reason for the sort of impact which I imagine for this book will be its stylistic achievement, unusually compressed. In brief compass, it evokes the range of current theoretical discussion, witty, polemical, and all the time clear and accessible, even to those, I'd guess, outside the field of 20th century Marxism. In the tracts of historical materialism is comprised of 3 chapters and a postscript. The first chapter, Prediction and Performance, contains substantial backward glances at the Western Marxism he had chronicled in the earlier book, an elegant rehearsal of his critique of its intellectualist isolation, its sundering of all bonds that might have linked it to popular movements for revolutionary socialism, and the historical reasons for this fatal drifting apart of theory and practice. As Anderson acerbically notes, in the high Cold War of the 50s, there was scarcely a Marxist theoretician of weight who was not a holder of a chair in the academy rather than of a post in the class struggle. Despite its brilliant achievements in epistemology and aesthetics and its undeniably important explorations in the realms of higher cultural activity, Western Marxism not only reversed Marx's own itinerary from philosophy to politics to economics, but in so single-mindedly reviving an astringent philosophical discourse, it took virtually no interest in strategic discussion of the road to realizable socialism. So even though he is very sympathetic to Western Marxism's immensely difficult historical situation, Anderson does not flinch from pointing out its lateral relationships to bourgeois culture, its subjacent pessimism, and its wholesale retreat from the goals of classical Marxism, nor does he flinch from pointing out that several predictions he had made in Considerations about the future course of Marxism in the wake of its exhaustion in the late 60s, though in some general sense confirmed, do not thereby give Marxists any cause for comfort. For the reunification of theory and popular practice, his major prediction conspicuously failed to materialize. The dearth of strategic thinking in Western Marxism continues to enervate Marxist thought in general, a poverty of strategy, says Anderson, not a poverty of theory. In the remainder of the opening chapter, Anderson gives us a quick survey of the essential work done in Marxism since the late 60s, with emphasis on the surprising emergence of Marxist culture in England and the United States, even as Latin Europe, the site of Western Marxism, witnessed its steep decline. The transition to his second chapter is a brief account of the anti-communist fevers, political and cultural, in Latin Europe, the reversal of Coletti, the changes of Solas and Kristeva, from Maoism to mysticism to celebration of the social order in the United States, the emergence of Andrei Glucksmann, ironic protege of Althusser, all of this more or less within a setting of accommodation in Western Europe to existing polities. It is in his second and third chapters, however, Structure and Subject, Nature and History, where Anderson speaks most forcefully on his own as a Marxist theorist, for it is here that he sketches first an account of the defeat of Latin Marxism at the hands of an adversary, structuralism and post-structuralism, that took Marxism on in frontal combat on the very terrain that Marxism had long claimed to explain better than all others. The relationships between structure and subject, system and agency in human history and society. Having sketched the engagement and then the victory, which, in Anderson's words, made Paris the centre of European intellectual reaction, he proceeds, in the most original portion of the book, to make his intervention by mounting the most stinging logical attack on structuralist and post-structuralist ideas that I have seen. The persuasiveness of Anderson in these pages lies in part in his willingness to confront structuralism at its sources, particularly Saussure and the linguistic model derived from him. It is the universal deployment of the linguistic model, he argues, that is the cause in structuralism of several abusive analogies: the exorbitation of language, the attenuation of truth, the randomization of history, and, best irony, the capsizal of structures. In order to properly evaluate these abuses, Anderson appeals not to Marx, but to Saussure for testimony that neither kinship nor the economy are commensurable with the institution of language. Having thus established structuralism's genealogical embarrassment, he then produces an analysis of structuralism and post-structuralism in his own voice, which shows precisely why those philosophical pretenders to the place of Marxism in France and Italy can have little interest in social change, and, in Derrida himself, almost no interest in the exploration of social reality or the defense of a particular political point of view. On this last point, readers of the Yale School of Literary Criticism will understand an implicit critique of that practice. The major exception in Western Europe is Habermas, whose philosophy of language and history, with its sources in Frankfurt School Marxism, does not exclude politics as such, despite its many affinities to structuralism. As Anderson puts it, unlike any of his opposite numbers in France, Habermas attempted a direct structural analysis of the imminent tendencies of contemporary capitalism and of the possibility of system-changing crises arising from them. Anderson concludes his third chapter with a quick sketch of the political fate of international communist movements from the Cold War through Khrushchev, Mao, and Eurocommunism, the practical political contexts of the failure of Latin Marxism, and the concomitant rise of structuralism. In his postscript, Anderson takes stock of the relationship between Marxism and socialism, and in the process of doing so must confront the cognitive pretensions of the former with the renewed moral and utopian energies of the latter. A proponent of class struggle as the primary historical operator of social change, Anderson enters into sympathetic debate with spokespersons for feminism and the anti-nuclear movement. He carefully notes, with no defensive qualifications, the inadequacies of Marxist tradition on the subject of women and the transcendent claim of anti-nuclear proponents on us all in the face of extermination. In addition, he makes an eloquent plea for the integration of these radical movements. But in the end, Anderson argues for the primacy of historical materialism. Profit is both gender and colourblind, and capitalists, no less than socialists, have an obvious interest in staying alive. The pointed implication that feminist and anti-nuclear movements are not radical enough will of course not go unanswered. On the other hand, that is the sort of bold and lively challenge he has written throughout. In the tracks of historical materialism should become a focus for controversy as well as education. Frank Lentrichia. Preface. The text of this short book needs some explanation. When the program in critical theory at the University of California at Irvine invited me to give 3 lectures in a series associated with the Welleck Library, I elected to discuss the contemporary situation of just one such theory, as I'd already attempted a sketch in the mid-70s of the evolution of Marxism in Western Europe since the First World War. Offering some predictions as to its likely future directions, it seemed opportune to review intellectual developments since then, and to look at how my earlier conjectures had fared. The result is not exactly a sequel to Considerations on Western Marxism. This is partly because the period with which it deals is too short, scarcely a decade in effect. Such an interval does not permit the kind of settled retrospect that half a century of history can afford. Proportions and relations are always liable to foreshortening from such a close distance, with consequent distortions. The form of the analyses presented here also differs from that earlier account. Spoken as lectures in an academic setting, they employ a more informal address than would the ordinary page, one involving more frequent use of the personal pronoun. It seemed artificial to alter this after the event, but it remains a feature to be excused. Another peculiarity of the text, as will be seen, is its initial set at the subject. Introduced under the rubric of general remarks on the notion of critical theory itself and its ambiguities, one other departure from the lines of the previous study may be noted. On this occasion, a survey of recent developments within Marxism was not practicable without some consideration of current philosophical developments outside it, as they affected, or appeared to affect, its fortunes. For this reason, the second lecture is largely devoted to a discussion of French structuralism and post-structuralism. My debts here are twofold. The general inspiration for my treatment of this field I owe to Sebastiano Timpanaro, whose combination of critical scholarship and political fortitude are an example to every socialist of my generation. For more local reflections, I owe very much to Peter Dewes. His forthcoming book on the subject, A Critique of French Philosophical Modernism, incomparably wider in scope and finer in grain, is written with an authority and sympathy I do not possess. Its appearance will soon render these pages more or less obsolete. They will have served their purpose if they in any way prepare, albeit in a somewhat dissenting register, for his. To round off the lectures, I have included a postscript that raises a few problems not directly broached in them, issues which concern the relationship between Marxism and socialism, essentially. In all, the book tries to track the movements of historical materialism over the past years, which took more than one direction. The results could, of necessity, be no more than an interim reading. As such, they are intended simply to provide a rough guide to some of the changes in the intellectual environment as the 70s passed into the 80s. I am pleased that they appear under a series linked to the name of René Wellek, a doyen of comparative literature and master of the history of criticism itself. His easy internationalism of mind and committed defense of classical standards of rational argument and appraisal should command the admiration of anyone attached to the values of Marxism, a body of thought far from his own. At all events, they do mine. At the end of Discriminations, Wellek offered his readers a map of contemporary criticism in Europe, something like that for historical materialism in North America and Western Europe is attempted here. I would like to thank especially Frank and Melissa Lentrichia, Mark Poster, and John Weiner for the opportunity to make the attempt and for the warmth of their hospitality at Irvine. 1. Prediction and performance. The term critical theory, which brings us here tonight, contains its own peculiar, if productive, ambiguities. Theory, in the first instance, of what? Usages oscillate between two main poles, of literature, most familiarly, as the name and collection which we are honouring remind us, but also of society, as a less widespread but more polemical and pointed tradition would have it. In this second version, the two words that make up the formula often acquire capital letters, as the token of their diacritical distance from the first. The other component of the term raises similar questions. What sort of criticism is being theorized? From what ground and on what principles? A broad range of possible stances are at stake here, as this series itself, in its catholicity, makes plain. In practice, the very variety of positions within literary criticism, with the attendant attritions and collisions between them, has always tended to implicate the literary with the social, as readers of René Wellek's own History of Criticism will be aware. The compulsive connection between the two has often been attested even by those who have most strenuously repudiated the notion of theory itself. Criticism of literature, Levis after all proclaimed, is criticism of life. This involuntary movement, stated or suggested, from the literary to the social, has not so generally been reversed in a movement from the social to the literary. The reasons are not hard to seek. For literary criticism, whether practical or theoretical, is typically just that, criticism, its irrepressibly evaluative impulse spontaneously tending to transgress the frontiers of the text towards the associated life beyond it. Social theory as such paradoxically lacks a comparable discriminatory charge built into it. The mainstream action theory that dominated North American sociology for so long is a case close to hand, whereas most theories of literature propose directly or obliquely some discourse on society. The theories of society that contain, even indirectly, a discourse on literature are relatively few. It is difficult to imagine a Parsonian poetics, but it is easy enough to discern a sociology or history at work in the new criticism. For critical theory, which I am going to discuss, is in this respect an exception. Marxism falls, of course, massively and preeminently into the category of those systems of thought concerned with the nature and direction of society as a whole. It has also, however, unlike most of its rivals in this field, developed an extensive discourse on literature in this century. There are a number of reasons for this, but one of them is no doubt to be found in the very intransigence of the critique which the founders of historical materialism made of the capitalist order in which they lived, radically and inexpugnably critical in outlook from the start. Marxism was carried swiftly by its own impetus, as it were, onto the terrain of literary criticism. Marx's correspondence with Lassalle shows how natural this movement was in its inaugural gesture. This is not to say that there was an easy concord between social and literary discourses within Marxism then or later. On the contrary, the record of their relations has been a complex, tense, and uneven one, riven by multiple breaks, displacements, and deadlocks. If no complete rupture has ever occurred since the days, more or less, of Mehring, it is doubtless due to the fact that beyond their common critical starting point, there has always been an ultimate historical line of flight along the horizon of each. It is not entirely fortuitous, then, that the contemporary locution critical theory should have two dominant connotations. On the one hand, a generalized body of theory about literature, on the other, a particular corpus of theory about society descending from Marx. It is the latter that customarily acquires capitals, a shift into uppercase essentially effected by the Frankfurt School in the 1930s. Horkheimer, who codified this sense in 1937, intended to recover with it the sharp philosophical edge of Marx's materialism, unduly blunted, as his generation saw it, by the heritage of the Second International. Politically, Horkheimer declared, the only concern of the critical theorist was to accelerate a development that should lead to a society without exploitation. Intellectually, however, he sought, in Adorno's later words, to make men theoretically conscious of what it is that distinguishes materialism. The main thrust of the Frankfurt School's interventions over the years lay in just this direction, a long and passionate critical elucidation of the bequests and contradictions of classical philosophy and its contemporary successors, one which led increasingly over the years towards the domain of literature and art in the work of Adorno or Marcuse, each of whom brought their careers to rest in the realm of aesthetics. Still, to define Marxism as a critical theory simply in terms of the goal of a classless society or the procedures of a consciously materialist philosophy is obviously insufficient. The real propriety of the term for Marxism lies elsewhere. What is distinctive about the kind of criticism that historical materialism in principle represents is that it includes indivisibly and unremittingly self-criticism. That is, Marxism is a theory of history that lays claim at the same stroke to provide a history of the theory. A Marxism of Marxism was inscribed in its charter from the outset, when Marx and Engels defined the conditions of their own intellectual discoveries as the emergence of the determinate class contradictions of capitalist society itself and their political objectives, not merely as an ideal state of affairs, but as borne by the real movement of things. This conception involved no element of complacent positivity, as if truth were henceforward guaranteed by time, being by becoming, their doctrine immune from error or mere immersion in change. Proletarian revolutions, wrote Marx, criticize themselves constantly, interrupt themselves continually in their own course, come back to the apparently accomplished in order to begin it afresh, deride with unmerciful thoroughness, the inadequacies, weaknesses, and paltrinesses of their first attempts seem to throw down their adversary, only that he may draw new strength from the earth and rise again, more gigantic, before them. 2 generations later, Karl Korsch was the first to apply this revolutionary self-criticism to the development of Marxism since the heady days of 1848, distinguishing, as he put it, 3 major stages through which Marxist theory has passed since its birth, inevitably so in the context of the concrete social development of this epoch. These words were written in 1923. Without being altogether aware of it, their author was with them ushering in a 4th stage in the history of Marxist theory, one whose final shape was to be far from his expectations and hopes at the time. I have myself tried to explore something of what that shape proved to be in an essay on the course and pattern of Western Marxism from the aftermath of the First World War to the end of the long boom that followed the Second World War, the half-century between 1918 and 1968. That survey, written in the mid-70s, included a diagnosis and some predictions. It sketched a provisional balance sheet of a long period that seemed to be drawing to a close and suggested other directions in which Marxist theory would or should move in a new setting. A major purpose of these lectures will be to measure the accuracy of the analysis and the anticipations of that text in the light of subsequent developments. Before this task is tackled, however, it is necessary to make a preliminary observation. I have said that Marxism lies apart from all other variants of critical theory in its ability, or at least ambition, to compose a self-critical theory capable of explaining its own genesis and metamorphoses. This peculiarity needs some further specifications, however. We do not expect physics or biology to provide us with the concepts necessary to think their emergence as a science. Another vocabulary anchored in a context that is conventionally distinguished as one of discovery rather than validation is needed for that purpose. To be sure, the principles of intelligibility of the history of these sciences are not simply external to them. On the contrary, the paradox is that, once constituted, they typically achieve a relatively high degree of imminent evolution, regulated by the respective problems posed within each and by their successive resolutions. What Georges Canguilhem, himself a historian of the life sciences, conspicuously committed to the study of the normative social dimensions impinging on them, nevertheless does not hesitate to call their common axiological activity the quest for truth, acts as an internal regulator increasingly, if far from completely, insulating them from a sheerly external order of determinations in cultural or political history. One might say that although the origins of the natural sciences escape their own theoretical field entirely, the further they develop, the less need they have of any other theoretical field to explain their development. The institutionalized quest for truth and the structure of problems set by the governing paradigm suffice in predominant measure to account for their growth. Canguilhem, like Lakatos in the Anglo-Saxon philosophy of science, affirms in this sense the priority of the internal history of the concepts of the natural sciences in their sequence of derivations, ruptures and transformations. For Canguilhem, their external history, always present, typically becomes causally crucial only at the junctures when normal progress falters. By contrast, disciplines like literary studies, traditionally described as the humanities, have rarely made any claim to cumulative rational progress of this sort. They fall subject to the same kind of external determinations in their origins, but never elude them in the same way thereafter. In other words, they possess neither axiological stability derived from the autonomy of the veridical nor self-reflexive mobility capable of explaining their changing patterns of inquiry in terms of their own concepts. One discipline that explicitly sought to do the latter was, of course, the sociology of knowledge, developed by Scheler and Mannheim, but its effort overreached itself, ending in a relativism that effectively denied any cognitive validity to the ideologies or utopias it dismantled, thereby undermining its own pretensions. The all of the indiscriminately total concept of ideology, Adorno remarked, terminates in nothingness. Once it has ceased to differ from any true consciousness, it is no longer fit to criticize a false one. He rightly insisted that the dividing line separating any such sociology of knowledge from historical materialism was the idea of objective truth. We shall see the surprising importance of this apparently innocuous commonplace tomorrow. For the moment, it is merely necessary to point out that the protocols for a Marxist reflection on Marxism must therefore be twofold. On the one hand, the destiny of historical materialism in any given period must first of all be situated within the intricate web of national and international class struggles which characterize it, and whose course its own instruments of thought are designed to capture. Marxist theory, bent on understanding the world, has always aimed at an asymptotic unity with a popular practice seeking to transform it. The trajectory of the theory has thus always been primarily determined by the fate of that practice. Any report on the Marxism of the past decade will inevitably then be in the first instance a political history of its external environment. Parodying the slogan of the German historical school of rank, one might speak of a permanent Primat der Außenpolitik in any responsible accounting of the development of historical materialism as a theory. In this respect, the very reverse of the order of priorities in Welleck and Warren's theory of literature, in which intrinsic prevailed over extrinsic approaches, but at the same time, precisely because of all the distance that separates Marx from Mannheim or his modern successors, such an accounting must also confront the internal obstacles, aporias, blockages of the theory in its own attempt to approximate to a general truth of the time. A purely reductive history of Marxism, flattening it out on the anvil of world politics, contradicts the nature of its object. There were socialists before Marx. The scandal he introduced, which still affronts many socialists, not to speak of capitalists today, was the aspiration towards a scientific socialism, that is, one governed by rationally controllable criteria of evidence and truth. An internal history of cognitive blindnesses and impediments, as well as advances or insights, is essential to a real scrutiny of the fortunes of Marxism in these past years, as of other ones. Without that, the stringency of genuine self-criticism would be absent. The recourse to the wider movement of history would tend to slip away from, or beyond, material explanation to intellectual exemption or exculpation. Let us now pass to the matters in hand. The configuration of Western Marxism that held for so long after the victory and isolation of the Russian Revolution was, as I tried to describe it, fundamentally the product of the repeated defeats of the labour movement in the strongholds of advanced capitalism in continental Europe after the first breakthrough by the Bolsheviks in 1917. Those defeats came in three waves. First, for proletarian insurgency in Central Europe immediately after the First World War, in Germany, Austria, Hungary, Italy, was beaten back between 1918 and 1922, so that fascism emerged triumphant in all these countries within a decade. Second, the popular fronts of the late 30s in Spain and France were undone with the fall of the Spanish Republic and the collapse of the left in France that paved the way for Vichy 2 years later. Finally, the resistance movements, led by mass communist and socialist parties, sputtered out across Western Europe in 1945 to 46, unable to translate their ascendancy in the armed struggle against Nazism into any durable political hegemony thereafter. The long post-war boom then gradually and inexorably subordinated labour to capital within the stabilised parliamentary democracies and emergent consumer societies of the OECD order. It was within this overall set of historical coordinates that a new kind of Marxist theory crystallised. In the East, Stalinism was consolidated in the USSR. In the West, the oldest and largest capitalist societies in the world persisted undisturbed by any revolutionary challenges from below, in Britain and the United States. Between these two flanks, a post-classical form of Marxism flourished in those societies where the labour movement was strong enough to pose a genuine revolutionary threat to capital. incarnating a mass political practice that formed the necessary horizon of all socialist thought, it was not strong enough actually to overthrow capital, undergoing on the contrary successive and radical defeats at each critical testing point. Germany, Italy, and France were the three major countries where Western Marxism found its homelands in the 5 decades between 1918 and 1968. The nature of this Marxism could not but bear the impress of the disasters that accompanied and surrounded it. Above all, it was marked by the sundering of the bonds that should have linked it to a popular movement for revolutionary socialism. These had existed at the outset, as the careers of its trio of founding fathers show: Lukács, Korsch, and Gramsci, each an active leader and organizer in the communist movement in his own country in the aftermath of the First World War. But as these pioneers ended in exile or prison, theory and practice drifted fatally apart under the pressure of the time. The sites of Marxism as a discourse gradually became displaced from trade unions and political parties to research institutes and university departments. Inaugurated with the rise of the Frankfurt School in the late 20s and early 30s, the change was virtually absolute by the period of the High Cold War in the 50s, when there was scarcely a Marxist theoretician of any weight who was not the holder of a chair in the academy rather than a post in the class struggle. This shift of institutional terrain was reflected in an alteration of intellectual focus, where Marx had successfully moved from philosophy to politics to economics in his own studies. Western Marxism inverted his route. Major economic analyses of capitalism within a Marxist framework largely petered out after the Great Depression. Political scanning of the bourgeois state dwindled away after the silencing of Gramsci. Strategic discussion of the roads to a realizable socialism disappeared almost entirely. What increasingly took their place was a revival of philosophical discourse proper, itself centered on questions of method, that is, more epistemological than substantive in character. In this respect, Korsch's work of 1923, Marxism and Philosophy, proved prophetic. Sartre, Adorno, Althusser, Marcuse, Della Volpe, Lukács, Bloch, and Coletti all produced major syntheses essentially focused on problems of cognition, however dialectically reformulated, written in an idiom of forbidding technical difficulty. For their purposes, each had recourse to philosophical legacies anterior to Marx himself: Hegel, Spinoza, Kant, Kierkegaard, Schelling, or others. At the same time, each school within Western Marxism developed in close contact, often quasi-symbiosis, with coeval intellectual systems of a non-Marxist character, borrowing concepts and themes from Weber in the case of Lukács, Croce in the case of Gramsci, Heidegger in the case of Sartre, Lacan in the case of Althusser, Chelmslev in that of Della Volpe, and so on. The patterning of this series of lateral relationships to bourgeois culture, alien to the tradition of classical Marxism, was itself a function of the dislocation of the relationships that had once held between it and the practice of the workers' movement. The lapse of these latter, in turn, inflected the whole Western Marxist tradition towards a subjacent pessimism exhibited in the very innovations which it brought to the thematic range of historical materialism, whether in Sartre's theory of the logic of scarcity, Marcuse's vision of social one-dimensionality, Althusser's insistence on the permanence of ideological illusion, Benjamin's fear of the confiscation of the history of the past, or even Gramsci's own bleak stoicism. At the same time, within its newly constricted parameters, the brilliance and fertility of this tradition were by any standards remarkable. Not merely did Marxist philosophy achieve a general plateau of sophistication far beyond its median levels of the past, but the major exponents of Western Marxism also typically pioneered studies of cultural processes in the higher ranges of the superstructures, as if in glittering compensation for their neglect of the structures and infrastructures of politics and economics. Above all, art and ideology were the privileged terrain of much of this tradition, sounded by thinker after thinker with an imagination and precision that historical materialism had never deployed here before. In the final days of Western Marxism, one can indeed speak of a veritable hypertrophy of the aesthetic, which came to be surcharged with all the values that were oppressed or denied elsewhere in the atrophy of living socialist politics. Utopian images of the future, ethical maxims for the present, were displaced and condensed into the vaulting meditations on art with which Lukács or Adorno or Sartre concluded much of their life's work. Still, whatever the outer limits of the tradition represented by theorists like these, in and through its very distance from immediate political practice, it remained proof against any temptations to compromise with the established order. Western Marxism as a whole refused any reformist compact. The soil from which it arose was one in which mass communist parties commanded the allegiance of the vanguard of the working class in the major countries of continental Europe, parties which by the late 20s were at once intransigent foes of capital and Stalinized structures that permitted no serious discussion or dissent on major political issues, debarring in advance any revolutionary circuit between theory and practice. In these conditions, some of the major minds of Western Marxism, Lukács, Althusser, Della Volpe, chose to remain formal members of their respective parties, while developing as far as they could a discourse remote from official dogmas in coded opposition to them. Others, like Sartre, attempted to theorize the practice of these parties from a position outside them. Others again, like Adorno in post-war Germany, abstained from any direct relationship to politics whatsoever, but none of these capitulated to the status quo or ever embellished it through the worst years of the Cold War. This long and tantalizing tradition, so I argued, was finally becoming exhausted at the turn of the 70s. There were two reasons for that. The first was the reawakening of mass revolts within Western Europe, indeed right across the advanced capitalist world, where the great wave of student unrest in 1968 heralded the entry of massive contingents of the working class into a new political insurgency of a kind not seen since the days of the Spartacists or the Turin councils. The May explosion in France was the most spectacular of these, followed by the tide of industrial militancy in Italy in 1969, the decisive miners' strike in Britain, which overthrew the Conservative government in 1974, and then a few months later the upheaval in Portugal, with its rapid radicalization towards a revolutionary situation of the most classic type. In none of these cases did the impetus for popular rebellion derive from the established parties of the left, whether social democratic or communist. What they appeared to prefigure was the possibility of an end to the semi-secular divorce of socialist theory from mass working-class practice, which had left such a crippling mark on Western Marxism itself. At the same time, the protracted post-war boom came to an abrupt halt in 1974, for the first time in 25 years, putting the basic socio-economic stability of advanced capitalism in question. Subjectively and objectively, then, conditions seemed to be clearing the way for another sort of Marxism to emerge. My own conclusions as to its likely shape, conclusions that were also recommendations lived in a spirit of reasoned optimism, were fourfold. Firstly, I reckoned that the surviving doyens of the Western Marxist tradition were unlikely to produce any further work of significant moment, while many of their immediate disciples were showing signs of veering towards what would be a disastrous fixation of China as an alternative model of post-revolutionary society to the USSR and an exemplar for socialist explorations in the West. Secondly, I suggested that the reopening of a loop between Marxist theory and mass practice in the advanced countries could recreate some of the conditions that had once formed the classical canon of historical materialism in the generation of Lenin or Luxemburg. Any such reunification of theory and practice would have two consequences, I thought. It would inevitably shift the whole center of gravity of Marxist culture towards the set of basic problems posed by the movement of the world economy, the structure of the capitalist state, the constellation of social classes, the meaning and function of the nation, all of which had been systematically neglected for many years. A turn to the concrete, a return to the preoccupations of the mature Marx or Lenin seemed to impose itself. Such a change would necessarily revive that dimension which, above all else, had been missing from the Western Marxist tradition since the death of Gramsci, namely strategic discussion of the ways in which a revolutionary movement could break past the barriers of the bourgeois democratic state to a real socialist democracy beyond it. Once there was any renewal of strategic debate, I speculated it was likely that the major oppositional tradition to Stalinism that had survived in direct, if radically marginalized, continuity from classical Marxism, that which descended from Trotsky, would tend to acquire a new relevance and vitality freed from the conservatism in which its defense of a vanquished past had often tended to congeal it. Thirdly, I predicted that any renaissance of a more classical cast of Marxist culture would be virtually bound to involve the spread of the latter to the Anglo-American bastions of imperialism, which by and large had resisted historical materialism so successfully in the epoch of Western Marxism itself. It was in the UK and USA, after all, the oldest and the most powerful of capitalist states, respectively, that the most testing problems for socialist theory had always been posed and left perforce unanswered. The campus revolts of the late 60s, whatever their other limitations, appeared to hold the promise of a future socialist intelligentsia capable of surpassing in quantity and quality anything either society had known in the past. Fourthly and finally, I argued that any further development of historical materialism would not only have to re-examine tranquilly and firmly the heritage of the classical thinkers, from Marx and Engels through to Lenin, Luxemburg and Trotsky, seeking to identify, criticize and resolve their characteristic omissions or confusions, it would also have to come to terms with the fundamental gains made by Marxist historiography, above all in the Anglo-American area, since the Second World War, which had hitherto always lain outside the central perimeter of Marxist theory, dominated as it was by the discipline of philosophy. The confrontation and integration of the two would involve a reconsideration of the whole statute and significance of the past in a system of thought geared overwhelmingly at a day-to-day level to the present or future, and it would leave neither history nor theory unchanged in the encounter between the two. Such were my conjectures at the time. How have they fared against the actual course of events? Their most general surmise, it seems to me, has been confirmed, though, as we shall see, in a way that gives no cause for comfort or complacency. That is to say, the grand Western Marxist tradition, with its epistemological or aesthetic, somber or esoteric tonalities, has effectively come to an end, and in its stead there has emerged with remarkable celerity and confidence another kind of Marxist culture, primarily oriented towards just those questions of an economic, social, or political order that had been lacking from its predecessor. The productivity of this Marxism has been formidable, leaving little doubt that we have been witnessing a period of overall growth and emancipation. Within this broad perspective, however, history had, as usual, prepared some disconcerting surprises and ironies for the guesses hazarded at the time. Let us look at this in more detail. The conviction that the Western Marxist tradition had essentially run its course was, as I have said, proved correct. This was not an especially difficult development to foresee. In part, the sheer biological toll of the generation of elders was bound to play its part. Between the watershed year of 1968 and the time of my essay, death caught up with Della Volpe, Adorno, Goldman, Lukács, and Horkheimer. By the end of the decade, Bloch, Marcuse, and Sartre had followed, but the process of exhaustion at work had other sources as well. The two youngest of the theorists I had discussed were Althusser and Coletti, both of whom were still in their prime in these years, yet, much as anticipated, neither produced any work of substance thereafter, declining into repetition or denegation. By and large, a line could be drawn below the original Western Marxist experience by the middle of the 70s. What succeeded it? A sudden zest, a new appetite for the concrete. If we pass in review those key topics which had remained most ignored by the Western Marxist tradition, and on whose enumeration I had insisted in 1974, we can see that in the majority of cases they brought forth concentrated theoretical activity, often yielding notable syntheses in the next years. The laws of motion of the capitalist mode of production as a whole, which, if we accept Baran and Sweezy's monopoly capital with its Keynesian framework had been fallow ground for Marxist inquiry since Grossman's spherization on the eve of the Great Depression, were now explored by three decisive bodies of work. Firstly, Ernest Mandel's path-breaking late capitalism, followed by his studies on the second slump and long waves in the history of capitalism. Secondly, Harry Braverman's great book on the transformation of the labour process in the 20th century, Labour and Monopoly Capital. And thirdly, the French economist Michel Agliata's ambitious and original theory of capitalist regulation. With works like these, Marxist discussion of contemporary capitalism has once again reached, and in some vital respects surpassed, the level of the classical epoch of Luxemburg and Hilferding. Concrete historical investigations have at the same time been accompanied by a renewal of intense conceptual and methodological debate associated with the names of Morishima, Steedman, Roma, Lippi, Krauss, and others. As to the political domain, the specific structures of the modern capitalist state had been one of the great blind areas of Western Marxism, all too little concerned with the precise nature of the Western polities in which it subsisted. Today this absence too has in considerable measure been made good with a series of important and cumulative studies. These include, of course, the 5 books by Nikos Poulantzas, exploring the whole gamut of parliamentary, fascist, and military types of capitalist state, the more empirically based work of Ralph Miliband in England, for debates of the Kapitalogik school in West Germany, and the contributions of Klaus Offe, and the pivotal recent book by the Swedish sociologist Göran Fairborn, What Does the Ruling Class Do When It Rules? At the same time, the new types of social stratification in late capitalism have been the object of studies at once more rigorous and more imaginative than anything historical materialism, even in its classical epoch, had produced in the past. Eric Olin Wright's work in the United States, that of the Italian Carcetti, and the investigation of Roger Establet and Christian Baudelot in France have been outstanding in this regard. The nature and dynamics of the post-capitalist states in the East, long prohibited terrain for serene inquiry on much of the European left, have received new and searching attention, above all in Rudolf Barrow's extraordinary The Alternative in Eastern Europe, but also in more specialist and scholarly form in the studies of economists like Nuti and Bruce. Nor has this expansion of Marxist theory in economics, politics, and sociology been accompanied by any corresponding contraction in the fields of philosophy or culture, the peculiar vineyards of Western Marxism. On the contrary, these years have also seen the accumulating work of Raymond Williams in England, materialist cultural studies in their broadest sense, and of Frederick Jameson in the United States, in the more specifically literary domain, while in philosophy G.A. Cohen's Karl Marx's Theory of History, A Defense, bringing for the first time the procedural standards of analytic philosophy to bear on the basic concepts of historical materialism, is clearly the landmark of the decade. A staccato bibliography of this sort does not, of course, come near a comprehensive, let alone critical, inventory of the Marxist production of the past years. There are other works and names that could equally be mentioned, and those that have been are as much subject to their own limiting judgments as are any of their predecessors. However, even this rapid shorthand for a complex set of intellectual changes, which need finer discrimination than there is time for here, indicates certain points. Although we can speak of a real topographical break between Western Marxism and the emergent formation I have been outlining, in other respects there has perhaps been more continuity of connections than I allowed for, even if it has typically been a mediate one. Thus the influence of most of the older schools can be discerned in the background of many of the newcomers. The Althusserian current has probably persisted most strongly. Of the names I mentioned earlier, Poulantzas, Fairborn, Aglietta, Wright, and Establet all owe different debts to it. The legacy of the Frankfurt School can be seen in Braverman's work through Baran and Offes through Habermas. The Lukácsian strain remains avowedly dominant in Jameson's work. Carcetti's reveals Della Volpaean overtones. But at the same time, the very distribution of these authors hints at the more important fact that the geographical pattern of Marxist theory has been profoundly altered in the past decade. Today, the predominant centres of intellectual production seem to lie in the English-speaking world rather than in Germanic or Latin Europe, as was the case in the interwar and post-war periods, respectively. That shift in locus represents an arresting historical change, very much as I had felt might happen. The traditionally most backward zones of the capitalist world in Marxist culture have suddenly become, in many ways, the most advanced. A more extended survey of authors and works would bring this home fully. The sheer density of ongoing economic, political, sociological, and cultural research on the Marxist left in Britain or North America, with its undergrowth of journals and discussions, eclipses any equivalent in the older lands of the Western Marxist tradition proper. But there is, of course, a further reason for the nascent Anglo-American hegemony in historical materialism today. One that has in its turn verified another of the predictions made in the mid-70s. That is the rise of Marxist historiography to its long overdue salience within the landscape of socialist thought as a whole. In this area, the dominance of English-speaking practitioners had been evident ever since the 50s, and for many decades Marxism as an intellectual force, at least in England, had been virtually synonymous with the work of historians. Even the one outstanding thinker of an older generation and another formation, the economist Maurice Dobb, characteristically achieved his greatest influence with the essentially historical Studies in the Development of Capitalism, published in 1947, stretching from the late Middle Ages to the modern corporation, rather than with his prolific output on Marxist political economy as such. It was Dobbs's younger colleagues gathered in the seminal Communist Party historians group of the late 40s and early 50s, however, who matured into the brilliant pleiad of scholars that transformed so many accepted interpretations of the English and European past in the following years. Christopher Hill, Eric Hobsbawm, Edward Thompson, George Rood, Rodney Hilton, Victor Kiernan, Jeffrey Destekroy, and others. Most of these were publishing from the turn of the 60s onwards, but the consolidation of their collective work into a canon of commanding weight well beyond their own formal discipline was really a development of the 70s. This was the decade which saw the publication of The Age of Capital by Hobsbawm, The World Turned Upside Down and Milton and English Revolution by Hill, Bond Men Made Free, and The English Peasantry in the Later Middle Ages by Hilton, Class Struggle and the Industrial Revolution by Foster, Whigs and Hunters by Thompson, Lords of Humankind by Kiernan, now followed by Stekroix's monumental Class Struggle in the Ancient Greek World. Perhaps Raymond Williams's most original and powerful book, The Country and the City, has its primary affiliation here too, for someone of my generation, formed at a time when British culture seemed utterly barren of any indigenous Marxist impulse of moment, the laggard of Europe, which we constantly denounced as such, at risk of charges of national nihilism. This has been a truly astonishing metamorphosis. The traditional relationship between Britain and continental Europe appears for the moment to have been effectively reversed, Marxist culture in the UK for the moment proving more productive and original than that of any mainland state. Meanwhile, more restricted but not dissimilar changes occurred in North America. Here too, historiography has been the leading sector with an extremely rich range of work, not confined to American history itself, from Eugene Genovese, Eric Foner, David Montgomery, Robert Brenner, David Abraham, and many others. But around it, a broader socialist culture has developed, not all of it Marxist, of striking variety and vitality, from the historical sociology of Immanuel Wallerstein and Theda Skocpol, to the political economy of James O'Connor, the continuing work of Paul Sweezy and Harry Magdoff, the cultural criticism of Christopher Lasch. The panorama in this respect is today radically distinct from anything even imaginable 15 years ago. It is one in which Business Week can lament the widespread penetration of historical materialism into US campuses, only 4 short years after Time was proclaiming that Marx was finally dead, and handbooks can be produced on the left simply to guide the curious student through the thickets, now passably luxuriant, of Marxism in the Academy, to paraphrase a recent title. This historically centered Marxist culture that has emerged in the Anglophone world has finally not remained confined to its own provinces. The theoretical juncture between historiography and philosophy to which I looked forward in the mid-70s did punctually occur, if with a violence that was far from my expectation of it. Edward Thompson's prolonged and passionate polemic with Louis Althusser, The Poverty of Theory, turned an intellectual page irreversibly. Whatever our view of the merits of the dispute, it is henceforth impossible for Marxists to proceed as they did for many years on either side, as if their history and their theory were two separate mental worlds, with little more than occasional tourism, mildly curious, between them. Theory now is history, with a seriousness and severity it never was in the past, as history is equally theory in all its exigency, in a way that it typically evaded before. The assault by Thompson on Althusser also exemplified the breaking down of one further critical barrier, that which had always confined the major schools or debates within Western Marxism to national contexts, ensuring mutual ignorance or silence between them to the detriment of any genuinely internationalist discourse. This twofold gain, the new exchanges between history and theory and across national frontiers, has been among the most fruitful changes in the past decade. That they are not mere swallows without a summer can be seen from the kindred styles of debate over the work of Immanuel Wallerstein, over the world capitalist system, probed in essentially theoretical terms by Robert Brenner, among others, and over the work of Brenner on the transition to capitalism in its turn, the focus of one of the widest professional controversies since the war, with international responses from historians in Germany and France, England and Poland. Similarly, the discussion of value theory in Marxist economics no longer has national boundaries, even of a temporary sort. The circuits of argument switch freely from Japan to Belgium, Canada to Italy, Britain to Germany or the US, as recent symposia testify. So far, then, the hopes and hypotheses advanced in my considerations on Western Marxism seem to have been largely realized, but any note of satisfaction, let alone self-satisfaction, would be out of place, for in one absolutely decisive respect, the flow of theory in these years did not run in the direction I had envisaged. The reunification of Marxist theory and popular practice in a mass revolutionary movement signally failed to materialize. The intellectual consequence of this failure was logically and fatally the general dearth of real strategic thinking on the left in the advanced countries, that is, any elaboration of a concrete or plausible perspective for a transition beyond capitalist democracy to a socialist democracy, rather than a poverty of theory. What the Marxism that succeeded Western Marxism continues to share of its predecessor is a poverty of strategy. It is impossible to point out any single body of writing in these years which reveals even faintly the kind of conceptual attack, the combination of political resolution and theoretical imagination that marked the great interventions of Luxemburg or Lenin and Trotsky or Pavus in the years before the First World War. The determinants of this central deficit, which precludes any triumphalist retrospective the past decade, posed the question of the larger social conditions in which Marxism developed in these years. But before we look at this wider historical context, it is necessary to take stock of a phenomenon whose ultimate relation to the strategic void remains to be ascertained, but whose immediate reality seems in the most clamorous contradiction to any claim for a renaissance of historical materialism in the 70s. I refer, of course, to what came to be called, among those most affected by or interested in it, the crisis of Marxism. This process gave rise to the exultant covers of American and European mass media in 1977, of which Time magazine was only one. But although the scale and speed of the phenomenon were dramatic enough, the term itself was always a misleading one. What was really at issue was the crisis of a certain Marxism geographically confined to Latin Europe, essentially France, Italy, and Spain. Within this cultural and political area, there was indeed something approaching a collapse of the Marxist tradition by the late 70s, at the very moment when Marxism was conquering or consolidating new positions across a wide front outside it. It would be foolish to underestimate the gravity of this rout, not only for the countries concerned, but for the general credit of a rational socialist culture as a whole. What were the characteristic syndromes of this crisis of Latin Marxism? Two major patterns can be distinguished. On the one hand, amidst a recrudescence of violent anti-communist fevers in the surrounding capitalist polity, in France and Italy especially, there was an abrupt and widespread renunciation of Marxism altogether by thinkers of older and younger generations on the left alike. The most spectacular reversal in this respect was perhaps that of Lucio Colletti, once the foremost Marxist philosopher in Italy, who in the space of 3 or 4 years became a shrill enemy of Marxism and staunch defender of a more or less conventional liberalism. His most recent book is not inappropriately entitled The Passing Away of Ideology, in unconscious reminiscence of a celebrated text in American sociology of some 20 years ago. In France, Sartre in his last years followed his own trajectory from denunciation of communism to formal renunciation of Marxism, in his case in the name of a radical neo-anarchism. The mutation or decline of these eminences was no isolated affair, however. It corresponded to a much wider change of mood in literary and philosophical circles once associated with the left. Emblematic in this regard were the writers and critics of the Tel Quel group, Philippe Sollers, Giulio Kristeva, and others, who switched virtually overnight from strident asseverations of materialism and a cult of the social order in China to revelations of mysticism and exaltation of the social order in the United States. André Glucksmann, barricade rebel and intellectual protege of Louis Althusser in the late 60s, became the leading publicist of the new philosophy, that is, a reiteration of the oldest themes in the ideological arsenal of the Cold War in the 50s, such as the equation of Marxism with totalitarianism, the identification of socialism with Stalinism. Meanwhile, there was a second type of response to the change in political temperature in Latin Europe in the late 70s. This was not so much an outright repudiation or relinquishment of Marxism as a dilution or diminution of it, pervaded by an increasing skepticism towards the very idea of a revolutionary rupture with capitalism. Symptomatic of this change was Althusser's growing distance from the political legacy of historical materialism as such, expressed in the denial that it had ever possessed any theory of state or politics, and betokening a radical loss of morale in one whose assertions of the scientific supremacy of Marxism had been more overweening and categorical than those of any other theorist of his time. Soon it was Althusser who was propagating the notion of a general crisis of Marxism, a crisis he showed little haste to resolve. Paul Andsas, for his part, once a pillar of Leninist rectitude, now rediscovered the virtues of parliaments and the dangers of dual power. His final interviews before his death spoke, beyond even these, of a crisis of confidence in politics as such. The shadow of Michel Foucault, soon proclaiming the end of politics, as Bell or Colletti had done of ideology, no doubt lay heavily on these Parisian doubts. In Italy, the Communist Party itself was increasingly rife with similar currents. Its leading younger philosopher, Massimo Cassiari, told Italian workers from his chair in the Chamber of Deputies that Nietzsche had outdated Marx, the will to power proving more fundamental than the class struggle, while a sometimes sympathetic interest in the ideas of Friedman or Bentham could be found among many of his colleagues. No intellectual change is ever universal. At least one exception of signal honour stands out against the general shift of positions in these years. The oldest living survivor of the Western Marxist tradition I discussed, Henry Lefebvre, neither bent nor turned in his 8th decade, continuing to produce imperturbable and original work on subjects typically ignored by much of the left. The price of such constancy, however, was relative isolation. Surveying the intellectual scene as a whole, we are left with an uncanny paradox. At the very time when Marxism as a critical theory has been an unprecedented ascent in the English-speaking world, it has undergone a precipitous descent in the Latin societies where it was most powerful and productive in the post-war period. In France and Italy above all, the two leading homelands of a living historical materialism in the 50s and 60s, for anyone like myself who learnt much of their Marxism from these cultures, the massacre of ancestors has been impressive. What is its meaning? The transverse movements of Marxist theory in the past decade remain to be explored. The problems they pose will be our topic tomorrow. 2. Structure and subject. The rough cadastral survey of the present state of Marxist theory attempted yesterday ended with a conundrum, that is, the abrupt subsidence, in some respects to the point of collapse, of historical materialism as an active and productive culture in France and Italy, in a period when elsewhere in the advanced capitalist world it was shaping a new intellectual landscape. Today I wish to explore some alternative hypotheses that might throw light on the character and causes of this Latin recession within the international map of contemporary Marxism. In doing so, I will confine myself essentially to its French dimension. This involves no basic limitation, I think, because Italian and a fortiori Spanish culture has since the war been increasingly subject to directions and emphases derived from Paris, even if these have always been qualified and mediated by others coming from Germany. The intersection of the two, indeed, defining much of the area of debate in Italian philosophy. More, in the 3 decades or so after the liberation, France came to enjoy a cosmopolitan paramountcy in the general Marxist universe that recalls in its own way something of the French ascendancy in the epoch of the Enlightenment. The fall of this dominance in the later 70s was thus no mere national matter. We have registered some of the symptoms of that fall, the veritable débandade of so many leading French thinkers of the left since 1976. Its consequences have been drastic. Paris today is the capital of European intellectual reaction, in much the same way that London was 30 years ago. Our question, however, is, what were the causes of this historic local defeat of historical materialism? I argued earlier that Marxism, as a critical theory aspiring to provide the reflexive intelligibility of its own development, accords in principle a priority to extrinsic explanations of its successes, failures, or impasses. At the same time, I stressed that this is never an absolute or exclusive primacy of a kind that I would exempt the theory from any ultimate responsibilities. On the contrary, the complementary necessity of an internal history of the theory, measuring its vitality as a research program, governed by the quest for truth characteristic of any rational knowledge, is what separates Marxism from any variant of pragmatism or relativism. In looking at the problem posed by the demoralization and retreat of Gallic Marxism, therefore, I will start by considering a hypothesis that relates to its intrinsic evolution first. The hypothesis is simply this, that after French Marxism had enjoyed a lengthy period of largely uncontested cultural dominance, basking in the remote, reflected prestige of the liberation, it finally encountered an intellectual adversary that was capable of doing battle with it and prevailing. Its victorious opponent was the broad theoretical front of structuralism, and then its post-structuralist successors. The crises of Latin Marxism, then, would be the result not of a circumstantial decline, but of a head-on defeat. The evidence of that defeat, it could be argued, is the triumphant ascendancy of structuralist or post-structuralist ideas and themes wherever Marxist ones once held sway, a virtually epistemic shift of the type Michel Foucault sought to theorize. The plausibility of this hypothesis is reinforced by a further consideration. Unlike in this respect, the mysteriously abrupt and total changes from one cognitive pediment to another, Foucault, or one problematic to the next, Althusser, the passage from Marxist to structuralist and then post-structuralist dominance in post-war French culture has not involved a complete discontinuity of issues or questions. On the contrary, it is clear that there has been one master problem around which all contenders have revolved, and it would look as if it was precisely the superiority of, in the first instance, structuralism on the very terrain of Marxism itself that assured it of decisive victory over the latter. What was this problem? Essentially, the nature of the relationships between structure and subject in human history and society. Now, the enigma of the respective status and position of these two was not a marginal or local area of uncertainty in Marxist theory. Indeed, it has always constituted one of the most central and fundamental problems of historical materialism as an account of the development of human civilization. We can see this immediately if we reflect on the permanent oscillation, the potential disjuncture in Marx's own writings between his ascription of the primary motor of historical change to the contradiction between the forces of production and the relations of production on the one hand. Think of the famous 1859 introduction to the Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, and to the class struggle. On the other hand, think of the Communist Manifesto. The first refers essentially to a structural, or more properly interstructural, reality, the order of what contemporary sociology would call system integration, or for Marx, latent disintegration. The second refers to the subjective forces contending and colliding for mastery over social forms and historical processes, the realm of what contemporary sociology would call social integration, that is equally disintegration or reintegration. How are these two distinct types of causality or principles of explanation to be articulated in the theory of historical materialism? On this score, classical Marxism, even at the height of its powers, provided no coherent answer. The political antinomies to which the persistent elusion or suspension of the question gave rise were, of course, widely and passionately debated. Economism on the one side, voluntarism on the other. Lenin's pre-war interventions can be seen as a constant effort to control and combat these two possible deductions from Marx's legacy, whose political expressions were the contrasting tendencies towards reformism and anarchism on the right and far left of the Second International, respectively. But these interventions remained purely practical and conjunctural, without theoretical foundation. The same unresolved issues have haunted Marxist historiography as much as Marxist politics. The extensive contemporary discussion of Edward Thompson's work, for example, has largely focused on the role of human agency in the making or unmaking of classes, and the advent of supersession of social structures, whether of industrial capitalism or a socialism beyond it. Another particularly eloquent case in which this problem lies at the root of the differences between two major rival Marxist interpretations of the same historical process can be found in Robert Brenner's and Guy Bois's counter-construals of the epochal transition from feudalism to agrarian capitalism in early modern Europe. The one axed essentially on the variable correlation of class forces in the late medieval countryside, the other on the invariant logic of falling rates of seigneurial rent in the feudal economy. For our purposes here, the relevant point is that this inveterate tension, at times lesion, within historical materialism took neither a directly political nor a historiographic form in post-war France. Rather, it emerged as the central problem investing the field of philosophy. The reasons for this lay essentially in the overall configuration of the years after the liberation. The political scene on the left was dominated by the massive adamantine presence of the French Communist Party, without contest the major organization of the working class and the major threat to the French bourgeoisie, yet at the same time a rigidly bureaucratized command system that precluded any theoretical debate or discourse of a Bolshevik type on its own strategy. The historical profession, on the other hand, was soon under the sway of the Annales school, then progressive in its social sympathies, but intellectually not only very distant from Marxism, but largely uninterested in the problem of agency as such, which it identified with mere surface events in its pursuit of deeper processes or longer durations in history. On the other hand, the most influential philosophical formation was phenomenological and existentialist in its pre-war origins, with roots in Kojève, Husserl, and Heidegger. As such as it was an accentuated, even exasperated ontology of the subject, yet it was aligned on the left and now sought to come to terms with the structural reality of the Communist Party in front of it at a time of turbulent class struggles in France. The result was the sustained attempt to rethink the relations between subject and structure in the form of some synthesis between Marxism and existentialism undertaken by Sartre, Merleau-Ponty, and de Beauvoir in the late 40s and early 50s. The debates that divided them in this initially common enterprise were of a rare quality and intensity, forming one of the richest episodes in the intellectual history of the post-war epoch as a whole. Although primarily determined by the divergence of their political judgments and epistemological starting points, these debates also reflected horizons in the social sciences. In France at the time, Merleau-Ponty was a reader of Weber, Sartre of Braudel. Their culmination was, of course, the publication of Sartre's Critique of Dialectical Reason in 1960, a work which was initially conceived as a direct response to the criticisms and objections put to him by Merleau-Ponty during their famous exchanges in the mid-50s, and whose exclusive theme is the labyrinth of interversions between praxis and process, individuals and groups and the practico-inert in a history unleashed and pervaded by scarcity. It is important to recollect that Sartre's critique prefaced a 600-page theory of practical ensembles with a short essay, The Question of Method, that had initially been published in 1957, for although their author described their common aim as the constitution of a historical structural anthropology, their focus in fact significantly differed. The question of method was essentially concerned with the theoretical instruments necessary to understand the total meaning of the life of an individual, as what Sartre called a singular universal, proposing the integration of Marxist psychoanalytic and sociological concepts in a unitary interpretive method. It pointed towards biography. The critique proper, on the other hand, aimed to provide a philosophical account of the elementary formal structures of any possible history, or a theory of the general mechanisms of the construction and subversion of all social groups. History itself, the diachronic totalization of all these practical multiplicities and of all their struggles, was to be the object of a promised second volume. In other words, the horizon of the critique was an attempt to understand not the truth of one person, but, as Sartre put it, the truth of humanity as a whole, even if for him there was a basic epistemological continuity between the two. It pointed towards a global history whose declared terminus would be a totalizing comprehension of the meaning of the contemporary epoch. This, the largest promise that perhaps any writer has ever given in the 20th century, was not to be kept. Sartre wrote a second volume equal in length to the first, but abandoned it unfinished and unpublished. In that pregnant act of desistance, and the silence that ensued from it, much of the subsequent intellectual fate of the French left was, we can now see, being decided. 12 years later, Sartre ended his career with a study of Flaubert, whose monumental proportions could not conceal, in their own way, even advertised the modesty of his reversion to the biographical micro-project of The Question of Method. In the interim, the entire terrain, the high ground, with its bluffs and escarpments of theoretical contest, had been evacuated, for in 1962 Levi Strauss had published The Savage Mind. Hard on the heels of the Critique of Dialectical Reason, it contained not only an entirely alternative anthropology in every sense of the word, but concluded with a direct attack on Sartre's historicism in the name of the invariant properties of all human minds and the equal dignity of all human societies. In one erasive gesture, it thus levelled all the pretensions of either dialectical reason or historical diachrony as Sartre had construed them, ideas which Levi Strauss simply assimilated to the mythology of the civilized as opposed to the savage mind, with no intrinsic superiority over it. Sartre, so agile and fertile an interlocutor, so indefatigable a polemicist hitherto, made no answer. The ultimate goal of the human sciences is not to constitute man, but to dissolve him, Levi Strauss concluded, unloosing the slogan of the decade. When a Marxist reply finally came in 1965, it was no repudiation, but a counter-signature of the structuralist claim. Louis Althusser's two books, For Marx and Reading Capital, rather than engaging with Levi Strauss's attack on history or his interpretation of humanism, endorsed and incorporated them into a Marxism that was now itself reinterpreted as a theoretical anti-humanism, for which diachrony was no more than the development of the forms of synchronic knowledge itself. Sartre Althusser confided in the pages of the Weekly of the Italian Communist Party was a false friend of historical materialism, actually more distant from it than its ostensible critic Levi Strauss. The novelty and ingenuity of the Althusserian system were, in their own right, undeniable. I have defended their legacy elsewhere. They very quickly acquired a vast prestige and influence on the French left, displacing anterior theoretical currents, represented not only by Sartre, but equally by Lefebvre, Goldman, and others, virtually entirely in the formation of a younger generation of Marxists. But even at the peak of its productivity, Althusserianism was always constituted in an intimate and fatal dependence on a structuralism that both preceded it and would survive it. Levi Strauss had peremptorily sought to cut the Gordian knot of the relation between structure and subject by suspending the latter from any field of scientific knowledge. Rather than resisting this move, Althusser radicalized it with a version of Marxism in which subjects were abolished altogether, save as the illusory effects of ideological structures. But in an objectivist auction of this kind, he was bound to be outbid. A year later, his former pupil Foucault, proclaiming a full-throated rhetoric of the end of man, in turn reduced Marxism itself to an involuntary effect of an outdated Victorian episteme, and no more than a derivative one at that. The advance of structuralism, far from being deflected or halted by the new reading of Marxism, was, for all the latter's protestations of distance, accelerated by it. The most striking evidence of the resultant pattern of hegemony was furnished by the test of the May events in France. Here it might have seemed plausible to think structuralism as a stance would have encountered its discomfiture at the hands of a historical dynamic it had sought to sidetrack or deny. What more spectacular eruption of individual and collective subjects could be imagined than the revolt of students, workers, and so many others in 1968? If any species of the reigning discourses before May should have been able to respond to this signal political explosion of the class struggle and survive in theorizing it, one would have, though, that the indicated candidate was logically the Marxist variant developed by Althusser, for, however unadapted to the change in other ways, it did at least possess a theory of contradiction and overdetermination, and therewith of the kind of ruptural unity which could give rise to just such a revolutionary situation in a class-divided society as had all but occurred in France. In fact, the exact opposite occurred. Althusser did attempt to adjust his theory by belatedly granting space to the role of the masses, who he now conceded made history even if men and women did not. But since the overall direction of Althusser's inquiries was neither corrected nor developed, the introduction of the problem of the historical subject into the machinery of structural causality set out in Reading Capital simply resulted in incoherence. No new synthesis comparable to his earlier work appeared. The consequence was the progressive effacement and dissolution of Althusserian Marxism as a current by the mid-70s. By contrast, structuralism proper, contrary to every expectation, passed through the ordeal of May and re-emerged phoenix-like on the other side, extenuated and modulated, it is true, but by no more than the equivocal prefix of a chronology. Where structuralism once had been, now post-structuralism was. The exact relationship between the two, the family resemblance or common descent that unites them across the slim temporal marker, remains to be established. It may prove to be the most revealing feature of both, but few have doubted the existence of the bond between them. Indeed, two of the most central figures of the first were no less prominent in the second. Lacan, whose écrits gathered in 1966 with much structuralist reclame already anticipated much of the internal critique of structuralism developed after 1968, and Foucault, who moved without trouble or turmoil from the one constellation to the next, always abreast of the moment. Derrida himself, a purer post-structuralist thinker, whose first trio of works, published in 1967, prepared the positions for the general reversal of verdicts after May. For all his fastidious cavils at Levi-Strauss, could not but render homage to him as the seeker for a new status of discourse in which everything begins with structure, configuration, or relationship, yet at the same time in the abandonment of all reference to a centre, to a subject, to an origin, or to an absolute archeia. During the 70s, then, the relegation of Marxism to the margins of Parisian culture became ever more pronounced. Sartre's Flaubert, when it finally appeared, had virtually the air of a posthumous work, not to the life of the author, but to the cycle of culture in which it was conceived. Althusser's writing petered out in exiguous fragments and glosses. Meanwhile, structuralism and its progeny continued to be prodigiously productive. In the 20 years since the publication of The Savage Mind, there have been Levi-Strauss's anthropological tetralogy on myths, the gathering flow of Lacan's essays and seminars, 20 volumes promised, on psychoanalysis, Michel Foucault's serried studies, accompanied by procedural commentaries on madness, medicine, imprisonment, and sexuality, the protean work of Barthes on literature, and the numberless deconstructions of Derrida in philosophy, not to speak of the accumulating oeuvre of Deleuze and others. Seldom can the outward signs of an intellectual victory have appeared so conclusive. Yet it still remains to ask, in what did this victory consist? In what way and to what extent did structuralism and post-structuralism have superior answers to the problem on which they built their fortune and illustrated their ascendancy over Marxism in France, that of the relationship of structure to subject? A teeming literature opens up here, which there can be no question of exploring with adequate nuance or detail. I will confine myself, therefore, to the demarcation of a basic space in which structuralist and post-structuralist theories can be unified as a series of possible moves or logical operations within a common field. None of the thinkers I have mentioned or will cite has made every one of these moves, just as there is no full agreement between any two of them, yet all their major themes and claims fall within the boundaries of this shared purlieu. The first operation, I say first because it initiated the emergence of structuralism as such, involves what we could call the exorbitation of language, the originating discipline from which structuralism drew virtually all of its distinctive concepts was linguistics. It was here that de Saussure developed the opposition between langue and parole, language and speech, the contrast between synchronic and diachronic orders, and the notion of the sign as a unity of signifier and signified, whose relationship to its referent was essentially arbitrary or unmotivated within any given language. The scientific advance represented by Saussure's general course in linguistics was in its own field a decisive one. The application of his concepts outside the discipline for which he forged them started moderately enough in literary studies with the work of Jacobson and the Prague School. Here linguistic materials were still being treated, even if by definition, as particular works of literature. They lay to the parole side of Saussure's division, rather than to the langue side he had considered uniquely amenable to systematic analysis. From Jacobson, the Saussurean instrumentarium passed to Levi-Strauss, and it was with his intrepid generalization of it to his own anthropological domain that structuralism as a movement was born. Kinship systems, he declared, were a kind of language suited to the forms of analysis that Trubetskoy and Jacobson had pioneered for phonology. Developing this identification, he contended that marriage rules and kinship systems were such because they formed a set of processes permitting the establishment between individuals and groups of a certain type of communication, that the mediating factor in this case should be the women of the group who are circulated between clans, lineages, or families in place of the words of the group does not at all change the fact that the essential aspect of the phenomenon is identical in both cases. Once this equation was made, it was a short step to extend it to all the major structures of society. As Levi Strauss saw them, the economy itself was now added under the rubric of an exchange of goods, forming a symbolic system comparable to the exchange of women in kin networks and the exchange of words in language. The next major extension of the linguistic model was, of course, Lacan's reformulation of psychoanalytic theory. The unconscious, he announced, is structured like a language. The application here was, in fact, more radical than this famous dictum implies, for the actual burden of Lacan's work is not that the unconscious is structured like a language, but rather that it is language as such that forms the alienating domain of the unconscious as the symbolic order that institutes the unsurpassable and irreconcilable other, and therewith, at the same stroke, desire and its repression down through the chain of signifiers. After such fundamental expansions of the jurisdiction of language, there inevitably followed a host of lesser adventures and annexations. Clothes, cars, cooking, and other items of fashion or consumption were subjected to diligent semiological scrutiny derived from structural linguistics. The final step along this path was to be taken by Derrida, who, marking the post-structuralist break, rejected the notion of language as a stable system of objectification, but radicalized its pretensions as a universal suzerain of the modern world. With the truly imperial decree, there is nothing outside of the text, nothing before the text, no pretext that is not already a text. The book of the world that the Renaissance in its naivete took to be a metaphor becomes the last literal word of a philosophy that would shake all metaphysics. It was Saussure himself, ironically, who warned against exactly the abusive analogies and extrapolations from his own domain that have been so unstoppable in the past decades. Language, he wrote, is a human institution of such a kind that all the other human institutions, with the exception of writing, can only deceive us as to its real essence if we trust in their analogy. Indeed, he singled out kinship and economy, precisely the two systems with whose assimilation to language Levi Strauss inaugurated structuralism as a general theory, as incommensurable with it. Familial institutions such as monogamy or polygamy, he noted, were improper objects for semiological analysis because they were far from unmotivated in the same way as the sign. Economic relations were likewise unamenable to his categories because economic value was rooted in things and in their natural relations. The value of a plot of ground, for instance, is related to its productivity. Saussure's whole effort, ignored by his borrowers, was to emphasize the singularity of language, everything that separated it from other social practices or forms. We are deeply convinced, he declared, that whoever sets foot on the terrain of language can be said to be bereft of all the analogies of heaven and earth. In fact, the analogies that were to be promptly discovered by Levi Strauss or Lacan in their extension of linguistic categories to anthropology or psychoanalysis give way on the smallest critical inspection. Kinship cannot be compared to language as a system of symbolic communication in which women and words are respectively exchanged, as Levi Strauss would have it, since no speaker alienates vocabulary to any interlocutor, but can freely reutilize every word given as many times as is wished thereafter, whereas marriages, unlike conversations, are usually binding. Wives are not recuperable by their fathers after their weddings, still less does the terminology of exchange warrant an elision to the economy, if speakers and families in most societies may be reckoned to have at least a rough equivalence of words and women between them. This is notoriously not true of goods. No economy, in other words, can be primarily defined in terms of exchange at all. Production and property are always prior. Levi Strauss's Trinitarian formula operates in effect to screen out all the relations of power, exploitation, and inequality, which inhere not only in most primitive economies, let alone our civilization of capital, but also in every familial or sexual order known to us, in which conjugality is tied to property and femininity to subalternity. Familiar considerations of this sort hold equally good in the case of Lacan. Far from the unconscious being structured like a language or coinciding with it, Freud's construction of it as the object of psychoanalytic inquiry precisely defines it as incapable of the generative grammar, which, for a post-Saussurian linguistics, comprises the deep structures of language, that is, the competence to form sentences and carry out correctly the rules of their transformations. The Freudian unconscious, innocent even of negation, is a stranger to all syntax. These local objections, conclusive as they may be for the disciplines in question, nevertheless do not in themselves convey the general reason why language is no fitting model for any other human practice. We can see the distance between them most clearly perhaps if we recollect Levi Strauss's argument in The Savage Mind that language provides an apodictic experience of a totalizing and dialectical reality, anterior and exterior, to the consciousness and will of any speaking subject, whose utterances, on the contrary, are never conscious totalizations of linguistic laws. The basic presumption of structuralism has always been that this asymmetry is paradigmatic for society and history at large, but in fact the relation between langue and parole is a peculiarly aberrant compass for plotting the diverse positions of structure and subject in the world outside language. This is so for at least three basic reasons. Firstly, linguistic structures have an exceptionally low coefficient of historical mobility among social institutions, altering very slowly and, with few and recent exceptions, unconsciously. They are in that respect quite unlike economic, political, or religious structures, whose rates of change, once the threshold of class society has been reached, have generally been incomparably faster. Secondly, however, this characteristic immobility of language as a structure is accompanied by a no less exceptional inventivity of the subject within it. The obverse of the rigidity of langue is the volatile liberty of parole, for utterance has no material constraint whatever. Words are free in the double sense of the term. They cost nothing to produce and can be multiplied and manipulated at will within the laws of meaning. All other major social practices are subject to the laws of natural scarcity. Persons, goods, or powers cannot be generated ad libitum and ad infinitum. Yet the very freedom of the speaking subject is curiously inconsequential. That is, its effects on the structure in return are in normal circumstances virtually nil. Even the greatest writers, whose genius has influenced whole cultures, have typically altered the language relatively little. This, of course, at once indicates the third peculiarity of the structure-subject relationship in language. Namely, the subject of speech is axiomatically individual, don't speak altogether, being the customary way of saying that plural speech is non-speech, that which cannot be heard. By contrast, for relevant subjects in the domain of economic, cultural, political, or military structures are first and foremost collective, nations, classes, castes, groups, generations. Precisely because this is so, the agency of these subjects is capable of effecting profound transformations of those structures. This fundamental distinction is an insurmountable barrier to any transposition of linguistic models to historical processes of a wider sort. The opening move of structuralism, in other words, is a speculative aggrandizement of language that lacks any comparative credentials. What are the intellectual consequences within structuralism of this absolutization of language? The most important immediate effect is what we can call, and this is the second modal operation within its characteristic space, the attenuation of truth. Saussure had distinguished within the sign, the signifier, and the signified, as he thought of them, the acoustic image and the concept. On the one hand, he emphasized the arbitrary character of the sign relative to any referent that it named, in other words, the detachability of the concept from its sound. On the other hand, he stressed that to the extent to which language is not simply a process of nomination, each signifier acquired its semantic value only by virtue of its differential position within the structure of langue. In other words, the intrication of concepts in the sound system as a whole. Linguistic value, he wrote, is determined concurrently along these two axes. A word can be exchanged for something dissimilar, an idea, and it can be compared with something of the same nature, another word. The result is a precarious balance between signifier and signified in his complex conception of the sign. This equilibrium was bound to be broken once language was taken as an all-purpose model outside the domain of verbal communication itself, for the condition of its conversion into a portable paradigm was its closure into a self-sufficient system no longer moored to any extra-linguistic reality. Structuralism as a project, then, was committed from the start to the repression of the referential axis of Saussures' theory of the sign. The result could only be a gradual megalomania of the signifier. Levi Strauss started the escalation of its claims of the improbable thesis that language was invented by man en bloc as a complete system, already in excess of the possible uses of it. Man from his origin disposes of an integral stock of signifiers, which he is hard put to allocate to the signified given as such without thereby being known, he wrote. The result was a permanent superabundance of the signifier relative to the signified on which it can pose itself. Lacan, once again, was responsible for the next rung, when he simply identified the networks of signifiers with their differential positions within langue, demoting the signified to the mere flux of things said as paroles. Where Levi Strauss invoked a floating signifier above an implicitly stable signified, Lacan now spoke of the incessant sliding of the signified under the signifier, itself taken as a metaphor of the subject, hence the effective impossibility of signifying any stable intentional meaning because of the interrelational dynamism of the chain of signifiers themselves, one coextensive with the unconscious, that perpetually undoes the illusory identity of the ego represented by them. Thereafter, it only remained for Derrida to reject the very notion of the sign itself as a unity in distinction of the signifier and the signified by cancelling any residual autonomy of the signified altogether. Language now becomes a process in which every signified is also in the position of a signifier, that is, a system of floating signifiers, pure and simple, with no determinable relation to any extra-linguistic reference at all. The necessary consequence of such a contraction of language into itself is, of course, to sever any possibility of truth as a correspondence of propositions to reality. It was Foucault and Derrida who most unflinchingly assumed the ensuing logic. In doing so, they were able to reach back beyond Saussure to the philosophical legacy of the late Nietzsche, in its relentless denunciation of the illusion of truth and the fixity of meaning. For Derrida, any concept of truth is to be equated with the compulsive metaphysics of presence with which Nietzsche broke in his, I quote, joyous affirmation of the play of the world and the innocence of becoming, without fault, without truth, and without origin. In Foucault, the stress is less on the liberation from the cognitive in the ludic than on the tyranny of the veridical itself. The will to truth, he asserts, produces its knowledge through a primary and perpetually reiterated falsification which poses the distinction between the true and the false. The slippage of gear towards a freewheeling nescience, proclaimed if never entirely practiced by their juniors, remains alien to the earlier generation of structuralist thinkers. Both Levi Strauss and Lacan, when the occasion demands it, even affect scientific aspirations by looking forward to the mathematization of their respective disciplines. But on closer inspection, the circular logic of a self-referential language that they bring to each of their disciplines has its predictable effects. Thus Levi Strauss asks, what does it matter if his interpretations of myths are forced or arbitrary, since they themselves can be read as no less a myth? It is in the last resort immaterial whether in this book the thought processes of the South American Indians take shape through the medium of my thought, or whether mine takes place through theirs. Here it is error that is excluded from the outset in the self-exhibiting identity of the human mind. Quite consistently, Levi Strauss exalts Wagner in the same pages as the true originator of the structural analysis of myths, who conducted his investigations in the superior medium of music, higher because wholly interior to itself, the art which is in principle beyond meaning or representation. The solution is similar in Lacan, who retains a vestigial concept of the real beyond the symbolic, but only as the impossible which cannot be signified, a realm of the ineffable that he stresses has nothing in common with mere reality as the ready-to-wear of fantasy. Conversely, Lacan also earned Derrida's reproaches by preserving the notion of truth, but by truth he means the capacity of the subject to articulate desire rather than attain knowledge. This expressive redefinition of truth eventually rejoins Levi Strauss, for literal accuracy has no pertinence to the full word of the psychoanalytic subject, who cannot but speak truly, i.e. symptomatically, no matter what he or she says. Here again, without untruth, truth ceases to be such, as Foucault rightly saw. The distinction between the true and the false is the ineliminable presence of any rational knowledge. Its central site is evidence. It is no accident that the latter should be so generally disdained within the space of structuralism. Levi Strauss's fleeting fieldwork and fictive map of kinship systems, Lacan's 10-minute psychoanalytic sessions, Foucault's credulity in The Ship of Fools and fable of the Great Confinement, all are not so much personal limitations or lapses of the practitioners concerned as normal and natural licenses in a play of signification beyond truth and falsehood. The attack on representation inherent in the notion of an autotelic language has its predictable incidence on the status of causality in the space of structuralism. With this we reach the third major move describable within it, or what can be called the randomization of history. For once the linguistic model becomes a general paradigm in the human sciences, the notion of ascertainable cause starts to undergo a critical weakening. The reason lies in the very nature of the relationship between langue and parole within structural linguistics. The supremacy of langue as a system in the cornerstone of the Saussurean legacy, parole in the subsequent activation of certain of its resources by the speaking subject, but the priority of one over the other is of a peculiar sort. It is both unconditional and indeterminate. That is to say, an individual speech act can only execute certain general linguistic laws if it is to be communication at all, but at the same time the laws can never explain the act. An unbridgeable gulf exists between the general rules of syntax and the utterance of particular sentences, whose shape or occasion can never be deduced from the sum of grammar, vocabulary, or phonetics. Language as a system furnishes the formal conditions of possibility of speech, but has no purchase on its actual causes. For Saussure, the pattern of words spoken, the unravelling reel of parole, necessarily fell outside the domain of linguistic science altogether. It related to a more general history and required other principles of inquiry. The extrapolation of the linguistic model by post-Saussurean structuralism, however, typically proceeded to a tacit conflation of the two types of intelligibility. Conditions of possibility were systematically presented as if they were causes. The two most extended examples of this tendential confusion were to be Levi Strauss's studies of mythologies in primitive societies and Foucault's attempts to construct an archaeology of knowledge in civilized ones. In each case, a massive analytic machinery is mounted, whose essential goal is to demonstrate the identity of the field in question, the invariant function of totems or structure of myths, the unity of epistemes, or the rigidity of discursive formations. Once constructed, however, these leave no epistemological passage to the diversity of specific myths or enunciations, still less to the development from one to another. The result is that instead of genuine explanations, structuralist analysis constantly tends to tilt towards classifications. Adjacency, as Edward Said has remarked, eclipses sequentiality. A failure to distinguish these two intellectual operations is the hallmark of Levi Strauss's theorization of the savage mind, which concludes with the claim that there is no essential difference between the concrete logic of primitive societies, that is, their taxonomies of the natural world, and the abstract logic of mathematized science in civilized societies. Both are expressions of the same universal propensities of the human mind. The explanatory power of modern science is levelled to the classificatory magic of totemism in a procedure which in turn underwrites the basic démarche of Levi Strauss himself. This is not to say that no explanations at all can be found in structuralist writing, but where they occur, they are curiously marginal or fragile, unable to focus or sustain the burden of the overall descriptions in which they pass by. Against the enormous proliferation of Levi Strauss's meditations on Amerindian myths, the sparse schema of their occasional reduction to the single function of masking or mediating real contradictions arising from the duality of nature and culture in the domain of the imaginary has as little weight as originality. Similarly, Foucault's later work on the 19th century prison systems includes the thesis that their real function was not to suppress, but to generate a criminal underclass that served to justify global policing of the population as a whole. In the carceral continuum of the contemporary social order, in which schools, hospitals, factories, or regiments all reveal the same organizing principle, those who police them remain anonymous. Here it is less the modesty than the melodrama of the hypothesis that make of it a siding in the work as a whole, whose effect depends on its density of description rather than force of explanation. Causality, even when granted admission, never acquires cogent centrality on the terrain of structuralist analysis. What then becomes of history proper? A total initial determinism paradoxically ends in the reinstatement of an absolute final contingency in mimicry of the duality of langue and parole itself. The most striking example of this irony is Derrida's work, which amalgamates the entire history of Western philosophy into a single homogeneous metaphysics, defined by the ubiquitous identity of its quest for presence, while on the other hand any individual sentence or paragraph within the spokesman of that metaphysic is seamed and undermined by the irreducible heterogeneity of difference. Writing is thus at once implaceable and undecidable, inescapably the same in its general structure, and inexplicably differing and differing in its particular textualizations. The same antinomy punctually recurs in the thought of Levi Strauss and Foucault. Levi Strauss ends from honey to ashes by disavowing any refusal of history, but the place he accords it is a purely aleatory one. Structural analysis, he writes, concedes to history that which by right belongs to irreducible contingency. It makes its bow to the power and inanity of the event. The profoundest historical transformations, the Neolithic or Industrial revolutions, can thus be theorized by Levi Strauss in terms of a multiple roulette game, where the winning combination that makes possible these upheavals is achieved by a coalition of players at several wheels, rather than an individual, that is, by a group of societies rather than a single one. Diachronic development, in other words, is reduced to the chance outcome of a synchronic combinatory. Foucault, likewise unable to explain the sudden mutations between the successive epistemes of his early work, each of which are treated as homogeneous unities, later resorted to increasing celebration of the role of chance as the governor of events, which, he argued in the order of discourse, should be seen no longer in terms of cause and effect, but of the serial and the unpredictable. In practice, Foucault's subsequent work has converted these methodological prescriptions into an ontology, a panurgic will to power pulsing through all social and psychic structures of whatever sort. Their common derivation from Nietzsche indicates the linkage between chance and power, so interpreted in Foucault's thought. Once hypostatized as a new first principle, Zarathustra style, power loses any historical determination. There are no longer specific holders of power, nor any specific goals which its exercise serves. As sheer will, its exercise is its own satisfaction, but since such will is all-pervasive, it must generate its own contrary. Where there is power, there is resistance, but this resistance is, it too, a counterpower. In the frontierless flux of conation conjured up by the later Foucault, causality as an intelligible necessity of social relationships or historical events disappears. The mutual contention is unconditioned, and its outcome can only be contingent. Power is the inanity of the event. In this version, power relationships are reversible, as Foucault puts it, in the same sense and for the same theoretical reasons as textual significations are undecidable for Derrida. Said's oxymoron sums up what can properly be called the structuralist philosophy of history, legislated accident. It may now be easier to see why structuralism should have engendered post-structuralism with such facility and congruity. For the transit from one to the other represents the final move logically available within the space we have been delimiting. This could be termed the capsizal of structures themselves. Why should the apparently ascetic objectivism of the mid-60s, the movement, shall we say, of the order of things, have so often issued into the Saturnalian subjectivism of the mid-70s, the moment of anti-Oedipus, without major rupture of continuity among men and ideas? The answer lies in the problem posed for any thoroughgoing structuralism by its cognitive starting point, for if structures alone obtain in a world beyond all subjects, what secures their objectivity? High structuralism was never more strident than in its enunciation of the end of man. Foucault struck the characteristically prophetic note when he declared in 1966, man is in the process of perishing as the being of language continues to shine ever more brightly upon our horizon. But who is the we to perceive or possess such a horizon? In the hollow of the pronoun lies the aporia of the program. Levi Strauss opted for the most consistent solution to it, while echoing, even cosmically amplifying, Foucault in his sightings of the twilight of man. He postulated a basic isomorphism between nature and mind, reflected equally in myths and the structural analysis of them. Mind repeats nature in myths because it is itself nature, and the structural method repeats the operations of myths that it studies. Or in Levi Strauss's words, myths signify the mind which evolves them by making use of the world of which it is itself a part. Amidst a plethora of denunciations of philosophy, what reappears in mythologies is thus one of the oldest figures of classical idealism, the identical subject-object. But the identity is, of course, also a figment, for what Levi Strauss cannot explain is the emergence of his own discipline itself. How do the unconscious mental structures of the primitive become the conscious discoveries of the anthropologist? For discrepancy between the two fatally retables the question of what guarantees that these are discoveries rather than arbitrary fancies. In the cult of music with which his tetralogy begins and ends lies the abandonment of any answer. The supreme mystery of the science of man music holds for Levi Strauss the key to the progress of all other branches. The Wagnerian rapture here was no mere personal idiosyncrasy, the birth of tragedy, apotheosis of Wagner, and theorization of music as the parent of language, is also the source work of the theme of an original Dionysiac frenzy as the other of all Apollonian order that has always underlain Foucault's work. For him, too, the difficulty was to account for the capacity of the archaeologist to uncover the archives of knowledge or reconstruct the temporal differences between them, given the closure, very tight-knit, very coherent, of the modern episteme itself. What then barred the way to a complete relativism, unconfessable as such, the continuity of Foucault's research, in fact, rested from the outset on the appeal to an untamed primal experience anterior to all the successive orders of Western reason, and subversive of them, in whose eyes their common nature as repressive structures stands revealed. Throughout the history of the West, the necessity of madness, he wrote in his first important work, is linked to the possibility of history. Madness is pure alterity, the sound which must be stilled for the speech of rational sociality to develop as its voluble negation, recedes in the later Foucault, as the concept of repression itself becomes suspect as another ruse of reason. But the tacit principle of the originary other persists in new guises. In his most recent work, it is the innocence of the body and its pleasures in their unity, as opposed to mere socially confected and divided sexuality, which performs the same function, an unnameable indictment. With Derrida, the self-cancellation of structuralism latent in the recourse to musical madness in Levi Strauss or Foucault is consummated. With no commitment to exploration of social realities at all, Derrida had little compunction in undoing the constructions of these two, convicting them both of a nostalgia of origins, Rousseau-esque or pre-Socratic respectively, and asking what right either had to assume on their own premises the validity of their discourses. If the mythological is mythomorphic, are all discourses on myths equivalent? He inquired on the one hand. On the other hand, how could a history of madness, he asked, as it carries itself and breathes, before being caught and paralyzed in the nets of classical reason, be written from within the very language of classical reason itself, utilizing the concepts that were the historical instruments of the capture of madness? The common vice of all previous intellectual traditions was to neutralize or reduce the structurality of structure by giving it a center or referring it to a point of presence, a fixed origin that itself escaped structurality in such a way as to limit the play of structure. What Derrida had seen acutely was that the supposition of any stable structure had always depended on the silent postulation of a center that was not entirely subject to it. In other words, of a subject distinct from it. His decisive move was to liquidate the last vestige of such autonomy. The result, however, was not to achieve a higher order, now entirely purified structure, but the very contrary. The effect was a radically destructuring one. For once structures were freed from any subject at all, delivered over totally to their own play, they would lose what defines them as structures, that is, any objective coordinates of organization at all. Structurality, for Derrida, is little more than a ceremonious gesture to the prestige of his immediate predecessors. Its play now knows no boundaries of any sort. It is absolute chance, genetic indetermination, the seminal adventure of the trace. Structure therewith capsizes into its antithesis, and post-structuralism proper is born, or what can be defined as a subjectivism without a subject. The lesson is that structure and subject have in this sense always been interdependent as categories. A wholesale attack on the latter was bound to subvert the former in due course as well. The terminus of the operation could only be a finely unbridled subjectivity. Adorno had foreseen this development, of often remarking that any theory which sought completely to deny the illusory power of the subject would tend to reinstate that illusion even more than one which overestimated the power of the subject. The structuralist thinker who resisted this movement more than any other was Lacan, precisely because he had started out with a firmer commitment to the subject itself, both from his psychoanalytic profession, where the category could not so lightly be disposed of, and because of his prior philosophical formation essentially Hegelian rather than Nietzschean or Heideggerian. But his conception of the subject, which abrogated the role of the ego and rescinded the reality principle, as Freud had posited them, to give plenipotentiary powers to a dematerialized id alone, cleared the way for its own supersession. Deleuze and Guattari could trumpet by turning on the law of the symbolic itself as a removable repression in the name of the imaginary and its schizophrenic objects. The disintegrated, desiring machines of anti-Oedipus, bereft of unity or identity, are the final denouement of the capsizal of psychic structures themselves into a subjectively pulverized beyond measure, into a subjectivity pulverized beyond measure or order. If this, then, has been the approximate curve of the trajectory from structuralism to post-structuralism, our initial question answers itself. The unresolved difficulties and deadlocks within Marxist theory, which structuralism promised to transcend, were never negotiated in detail within this rival space. The adoption of the language model as the key to all mythologies, far from clarifying or decoding the relations between structure and subject, led from a rhetorical absolutism of the first to a fragmented fetishism of the second, without ever advancing a theory of their relations. Such a theory, historically determinate and sectorally differentiated, could only be developed in a dialectical respect for their interdependence.
3. Nature and history. The puzzle which I discussed yesterday was the reason for the retreat of Latin Marxism at a time of general advance of Marxist culture elsewhere in the Western world. The hypothesis which seemed initially the most attractive, its intellectual defeat at the hands of a superior alternative, the structuralist culture that won dominance in Paris from the mid-60s onwards, proved on closer scrutiny of the structuralist space itself to be an implausible one. The formal battlefield between the two, the problem of the relations between structure and subject, was never occupied in sufficient depth by structuralism to present any real challenge to a historical materialism confident of itself. An intrinsic explanation from within the logic of the ideas of the time meets our fin de non recevoir here, referring us back to the extrinsic history of politics and society at large. If we consider this plane of our problem, we can immediately notice something that tends to confirm the conclusion that, for all the polemical atmosphere of the period, little direct and genuine engagement occurred between the two antagonists. This is the striking political heteronomy of structuralism as a phenomenon. At no point from the early 60s to the early 80s have it or its sequels defended an independent social viewpoint of their own. Rather, what has distinguished structuralism and post-structuralism is the extraordinary lability of the political connotations they have successively assumed. This external history is essentially one of passive adaptation to the prevailing fashions and moods of the time. Initially, most of the leading structuralist thinkers paid formal homage to Marxism at a time when it still enjoyed a post-liberation ascendancy in France. Levi Strauss declared his researches to be no more than superstructural studies complementary to the Marxist account of the undoubted primacy of infrastructures. Foucault started out by speaking well of Pavlov and Soviet psychiatry. Barth's two major poles of contemporary reference were Brecht and Sartre. Lacan's close collaborator Pontalis was a member of Les Temps Modernes throughout the period of the latter's rapprochement with the French Communist Party. By the mid-60s, this had already altered in the consolidated climate of high Gaullism. Barth's bland semiology of fashion was by now a far cry from his caustic mythologies. Foucault's political credo veered towards a technocratic functionalism, even claiming that an optimal functioning of society can be defined in an internal manner, without it being possible to say for whom it is better that things should be thus. Then, after the May events, as structuralism swung round into post-structuralism, Foucault just as easily found his place in the neo-anarchist current dominant in much of the French left, becoming a major spokesman of libertarian leftism in company with Deleuze and Lyotard, while Derrida's collaborators at Tel Quel championed Maoism. Today, Levi Strauss speaks of Marxism as a totalitarian threat even to the animal kingdom. Foucault applauds the literature of Gulagism. Solers and Christiva of Tel Quel have rediscovered the virtues of Christianity and capitalism. Conservative or collusive as these positions may be, they have little actual edge or weight. It is less their iniquity than their fatality that is striking, reflections of a political conjuncture in an essentially unpolitical thought. They can alter again when the conjuncture alters. They tell us something general about French history in the past decades, little that is specific about the ideas of structuralism itself. This can perhaps be seen especially clearly if we look across the Rhine. In discussing the changing map of Marxism earlier, I made no mention of Germany, where a much greater stability has obtained than in either the Latin or Anglophone zones. Historical materialism has always possessed a peculiar position in the Bundesrepublik. On the one hand, Germanic Marxism has had the longest and richest tradition in Europe, benefiting as it did not only from the contribution of German nationals themselves, but from the much wider zone of influence and attraction enjoyed by German-speaking culture in Central and Eastern Europe that included Austria, Switzerland, Bohemia, Hungary, and Poland. Luxembourg, Kautsky, Bauer, and Lukács all came from these borderlands. It was here too that Freud's discoveries, of course, made their first wider intellectual impact. The Weimar period saw the rise of the Institute for Social Research in Frankfurt and the emergence of the theatre of Piscator and Brecht, amidst a general culture of the left of great brilliance and vitality, whose social backcloth was the strongest labour movement in the West, with the largest and most dynamic Communist Party. After exile in the war, most of the Frankfurt School could come back to West Germany, as Brecht did to East Germany, and develop its work in a creative continuity with pre-war themes and debates that was unique in Europe. On the other hand, by the end of the Allied occupation, German communism had been crushed in the West, and the labour movement firmly subordinated to capitalism. By the mid-50s, the Social Democratic Party had formally abandoned any allegiance to Marxism, and the Communist Party was proscribed. The politics of Adenauer's Germany rivaled those of Eisenhower's America in their stifling conformity and reaction. Frankfurt Marxism, formed in another epoch and tempered in adversity abroad, as a whole did not bend to the new restoration of the German miracle, but its distance from directly political discourse or engagement, already great before the war, became well nigh absolute. Yet within the universities, its influence nurtured the emergence of a very large, increasingly militant layer of students, whose rebellion in 1968 revealed that Marxism had become disseminated and diversified anew in a numerous younger generation of socialist intellectuals. By then, Horkheimer was in his Swiss dotage, Adorno, profoundly taken aback by the eruption of his own pupils, died a year later. It was left to Habermas, the major thinker to emerge from the post-war levy of the Frankfurt tradition, to confront the student movement as a force. Bruised by direct attacks on himself and his colleagues, he denounced the SDS as coercive and irrationalist, and withdrew from the university. Already a prolific writer in the 60s, his oeuvre steadily developed and expanded over the next decade, coming to represent the most comprehensive and ambitious theoretical project of the contemporary German scene. The fruition of this work makes it clear that the absence of any reference to Habermas in Considerations on Western Marxism was, in fact, a major error of appreciation. There were two reasons for that omission. One was Habermas's own response to the upheavals of the late 60s, expressed in impromptu formulations that appeared to disqualify him as a political thinker of any weight. The second, and more important, was the hybrid character of his philosophical work as such, revealing as it did pervasive importations from American pragmatism and action theory into a Frankfurt heritage in certain respects, more directly reworked through Hegel, albeit of the Jena period, than ever before. That seemed to render questionable its inclusion within the framework of even an ecumenically understood Marxism. Such motivations were not without plausibility. In an attractive recent interview, Habermas himself has alluded to the grounds for them, at once retracting his psychologistic comments on the student movement as ill-judged, and remarking how difficult he too found it to know whether his work should or should not be regarded as Marxist. Its initial description as such, with the publication of Strukturwandel der Offenlichkeit in the early 60s, came to him as a surprise, he recounts. Yet the same interview, while freely discussing the continuing ambiguities of his intellectual position, expresses a modest and straightforward desire for affiliation to historical materialism today, sufficient in itself to quash conventional earlier judgments of his evolution. Behind such declarations, in fact, now stands a commanding body of work seeking, in Habermas's own terms, to reconstruct historical materialism in keeping with the critical transformation of the Frankfurt tradition he has effected. The architectural scale and sweep of the theoretical edifice that has resulted, synthesizing epistemological, sociological, psychological, political, cultural, and ethical inquiries in a single program of research, has no real parallel in contemporary philosophy of whatever inspiration. A proper sense of the distinction of this achievement should be the starting point for any evaluation of Habermas's work. The ideas that have interlocked to form his philosophical system need, however, to be situated with some comparative calipers. For if we look at the characteristic coordinates of Habermas's thought, the first thing that must strike any attentive observer is how close many of them are to those of French structuralism. The same premises and preoccupations recur again and again, albeit each time from different sources and with different conclusions. The starting point of Habermas's distinctive position, as it were on the borderline between Marxism and non-Marxism, was his argument that Marx erred in giving a fundamental primacy to material production in his definition of humanity as a species and in his conception of history as an evolution of societal forms. Social interaction, Habermas maintained, was an equally irreducible dimension of human practice. Such interaction was always symbolically mediated, constituting the specific domain of communicative activity as opposed to the instrumental activity of material production. Where production was aimed at increasing control over external nature, interaction generated those norms that adapted inner nature, human needs and dispositions to social life. There was no necessary correspondence between the two. Economic or scientific progress did not necessarily assure cultural or political liberation. The dialectic of moral life, as he called it, had its own autonomy. The original baseline of the Habermasian program, a doctrine of separate but equal types of human activity, then underwent a series of crucial shifts as his work developed. Three conceptual slippages in particular occurred. First, the notion of social interaction, vague enough in all conscience, but generically denoting the realm of cultural and political forms in their widest sense, as opposed to the economy, tended increasingly to give way to that of communication, as if the two were simply equivalent, the latter being more precise. But of course there are many forms of social interaction that are not, except in a purely abusive or metaphoric sense, communication. War, one of the most salient practices in human history, is the most obvious example, while the associated labor of material production is itself social interaction of the most basic kind. Next, however, communication came to be increasingly identified with language, as if these two were also interchangeable. Despite the familiar multiplicity of non-linguistic types of communication, from the gestural to the plastic or musical, once this slide from communication to language had occurred, the next step was to subsume production itself under a common rubric derived from communication. This was achieved with the extension of the notion of learning processes from cultural to economic systems as the basic evolutionary category, explaining the development from one level of the forces of production to another in the course of human history. The third stage was then to assert the outright primacy of the communicative over the productive functions in the definition of humanity and of the development of history alike, that is, in Habermas's terms, of language over labour, already at the time of knowledge in human interests. Habermas declared, striking a Wittgensteinian note, "What raises us out of nature is the only thing whose nature we can know, language." By the time of his reconstruction of historical materialism of the mid-70s, the claim is given an ontogenetic foundation, whereas hominids practiced labour with tools, revealing it as a pre-human activity. Homo sapiens as a species was characterized by the innovation of language and the family that it alone could institute. Moreover, this privilege of communication over production is not simply constitutive of what it meant to become fully human, it continues to operate as the dominant principle of historical change thereafter, for in the long development of the two sets of learning processes between Paleolithic and capitalist societies, it is moral regulations rather than economic forces that have determined major transformations, they indeed which have prompted or permitted the successive reorderings of economic relationships associated with the evolution of civilization, rather than vice versa. As Habermas writes, the development of these normative structures is the pacemaker of social evolution. For new organizational principles of social organization mean new forms of social integration, and the latter, in turn, make it possible to implement available productive forces, or to generate new ones, as well as making possible a heightening of social complexity. This position would seem to conflict directly with the suggestion, pervasive in Habermas's early work, that normative development, the dialectics of the moral life, far from setting the pace of economic progress, has tended to lag disastrously behind it, or, as he explained in terms very close to the classical concepts of the Frankfurt School, that liberation from hunger and misery does not necessarily converge with liberation from servitude and degradation, for there is no automatic developmental relation between labour and interaction. Habermas resolves the difficulty by resorting to the notion of a developmental logic of the human mind, that is, a structure at once crescent and invariant, borrowed from Piaget's genetic psychology and projected from the individual to the societal plane. This logic specifies in advance the gamut of possible normative patterns in social evolution, while at the same time grading them along a spectrum of increasing degrees of maturity. All civilizational forms, in this sense, are embryonically contained in the acquisition of language itself. Cognitive and interactive developments, Habermas writes, no doubt merely exhaust the logical range of possible structural formations that already emerged with the natural historical innovation of linguistically established intersubjectivity at the threshold of the socio-cultural form of life. What, then, is the relation between the formal logical range and the actual historical record of successive societies? For Habermas, the answer is that the sequence of concrete social formations in history is essentially contingent. His theory of social evolution explains the developmental logics that betoken the independence and to this extent the internal history of the mind, whereas historiographic narrative studies the fortuitous circumstances and ways in which these persistent mental structures of different levels of maturity find their social expression. There is an impassable gulf fixed between the two. evolution theoretic explanations, he insists, not only do not need to be further transformed into a narrative, they cannot be brought into narrative form. There is thus no guarantee that the contemporary social order corresponds to the higher stage of moral development inscribed in the processional logic of the mind. To that extent, Habermas retains the critical emphasis of his original distinction between the makeability of accumulative economic progress and the maturity of the socio-ethical subjects capable, or rather incapable, of assuring responsible control of it. Yet once the process of communicative learning is accorded causal primacy in historical development and is itself founded on an inherent potential for moral growth in every human mind, there is a built-in tendency for the theory to swing towards a benign providentialism. This is the sense of Habermas's universal pragmatics. Language here becomes not merely the hallmark of humanity as such, but the promissory note of democracy, itself conceived as essentially the communication necessary to arrive at a consensual truth. A dual euphoric Elysian sets in. Language as such is identified with an aspiration to the good life. Our first sentence, Habermas maintains, expresses unequivocally the intention of universal and unconstrained consensus. That consensus can always, in principle, be arrived at by subjects of goodwill in an ideal speech situation. It is this pact of agreement that establishes what is truth, and the truth of statements is linked in the last analysis to the intention of the good life. A life itself anticipated in every act of speech, even where deceit or domination are at work, insofar as these themselves only take effect by reason of the common presumption of truth from which they deviate. Communicative ethics are thus grounded on the fundamental norms of rational speech. Psychoanalysis becomes, in this reconstruction, a theory of the deformation of ordinary language into subjectivity, whose aim is to restore to the individual the capacity for undistorted linguistic communication. At the level of the collectivity, likewise, democracy can be defined as the institutionalization of conditions for the practice of ideal, that is, domination-free, speech. It is a self-controlled learning process. The similarity of the Habermasian universe and that of French structuralism and its sequels is, as can be seen, a close yet curious one. For everything that appears doubtful, dark or damned in the latter emerges translucent and redeemed in the light of the former. Both enterprises have represented sustained attempts to erect language into the final architect and arbiter of all sociability. Habermas has, if anything, articulated the underlying premise of his own ambition more clearly than any of his Parisian contemporaries, arguing, as his most authoritative commentator puts it, that since speech is the distinctive and pervasive medium of life at the human level, the theory of communication is the foundational study of the human sciences. It discloses the universal infrastructure of sociocultural life. In the slide from medium to foundation here lies the whole confusion of the general language paradigm, but where we might say structuralism and post-structuralism developed a kind of diabolism of language, Habermas has unruffledly produced an angelism. In France, when, as Derrida put it, language invaded the universal problematic, the verb, as always in his writing, is significant. It strafed meaning, overran truth, outflanked ethics and politics, and wiped out history. In Germany, on the contrary, in Habermas's work, language restores order to history, supplies the salve of consensus to society, assures the foundations of morality, anneals the elements of democracy, and is congenitally disposed against straying from the truth. Yet for all these contrasts of conclusion and pathos, the common preoccupations and assumptions are unmistakable. Typically, Habermas has sought to give a positive or radical solution to questions structuralism was content to leave negatively unresolved, or celebrated as irresoluble, but without abandoning a shared terrain. Thus, Levi-Strauss's theory of universal mental structures could provide no explanation of societal development. Habermas tries to close the gap between the two with the notion of a developmental logic of these structures, generating its own combinatory. But in doing so, he ends up with exactly the same irreducible dichotomy as Foucault or Levi Strauss between necessity and contingency, spiritual structures and chance-governed historical processes. Discourse possesses equally thaumaturgical powers in the two opposing sets of work, but whereas in Foucault it signifies the exclusion of unregulable statement or determinable truth for the registration of the servitude of the archive, it represents in Habermas the highest reach of communicative competence, the realm where ideal speech might virtually be realized, and with it the conditions of liberty as such. Lacan sees the specificity of human speech as opposed to animal codes in the ability to lie, while Habermas reduces all lying to a mere parasitism on the truth that it would vainly betray, in the act of speech that must be token a promise of the true to be understood at all. Yet although Habermas insists on not only the possibility but the inevitability of truth, he is no less vehement than his Parisian opposites in condemning any correspondence theory of it as an impossible attempt to break out of the domain of language, his own definition of it as no more than rational consensus is itself a variant of pragmatic subjectivism, separated from the abyss of Parisian relativism by no more than the tenuous safety rail of a hypothetical ideal speech situation whose counterfactuality he himself concedes. Similarly, for Lacan, psychoanalysis seeks to restore to the patient the full word of the unconscious, which precisely is not the empty accuracy of ordinary egoic language and its fixations, whereas Habermas views psychoanalysis as a therapy whose goal is to repair the subject's capacity for the ordinary language of intersubjectivity, with a much more traditional estimate of the positive instance of the ego closer to that of Freud. In either case, however, a dematerialization of Freud's theory has occurred, in which instinctual drives are alternatively effaced or resolved into linguistic mechanisms. When all this has been said, it remains true that the difference between Habermas's philosophy of language and history and that of his structuralist and post-structuralist counterparts is no mere redundant one. I have spoken of the curious innocence of Habermas's vision, but this also comports a kind of integrity and dignity of thought generally foreign to the French exemplars of the language model. Habermas's very style, frequently, not always, drab, awkward, laborious, bespeaks its own contrast with the excitable coloraturas of the Parisian masters. Behind it lies no fin de siècle Wagnerian overtones, but the earnest ideals and serious optimism of the German Enlightenment. Bildung is the real leitmotif unifying Habermas's characteristic range of interests and arguments. It leads to an essentially pedagogic view of politics, the forum become a classroom as its struggles and confrontations are transmuted into processes of learning, but for all the limitations of this optic, painfully obvious in a classical Marxist perspective, it does not actually exclude politics as such. Unlike his opposite Numbers in France, Habermas has attempted a direct structural analysis of the imminent tendencies of contemporary capitalism and of the possibility of system-changing crises arising from them. In keeping with the traditional project of historical materialism, his notion of a crisis of moral legitimation undermining social integration, a crisis paradoxically generated by the very success of state-directed regulation of the cycle of economic accumulation, conforms in this respect faithfully to the schema of normative primacy postulated by his evolutionary theory of history as a whole. Developed in the late 60s, this conception has since received little empirical confirmation. If anything, the onset of world recession in the 70s has undermined the economic regulation of the major capitalist states without generating any crisis in the legitimation of the market system as such. The outcome so far has been the reverse of that expected by Habermas. 12 million employed in the USA and UK alone, presided over, however, by reinvigorated governments of the far right, with Reagan and Thatcher at the helm. This failing, conceivably a provisional one, is in some ways perhaps less serious than the complete absence in Habermas's account of any collective agency for converting delegitimation of the existing social order into an advance towards the new legitimacy of a socialist order. The problem of structure and subject is here once again posed in its most acute form on the terrain of practical politics itself. Habermas too lacks any answer to the problem, as could be anticipated from the predisposition of his social theory as a whole towards the model of communication, but, and here is the decisive difference with structuralism for all the shared limits of the common language model, what is striking is the consistency and fidelity of Habermas's commitment to his own version of a Frankfurt-style socialism without wavering or somersault over the past 25 years. That commitment was never a revolutionary one and could not meet the shock of 1968, but nor was it overborne by the aftermath of that year. While many French intellectuals had made the journey from anarchism or Maoism to Cold War anti-communism by the end of the decade, Habermas stood firm against the repressive purges of the Berufsverbot, reaffirming his own form of allegiance to the legacy of Marx, expressly against the current of the official drive to extirpate it as subversive from the federal order. This divergence, inexplicable from within the logic of linguistic exorbitancy itself, refers us back to the political history in which it alone becomes intelligible. Let me sum up my argument so far as its strands now come together. I began by comparing the predictions that I made for the future of Marxism as a critical theory in the early 70s with its actual development since then. The balance sheet, I argued, followed fairly closely some of the lines I had conjectured. Above all, Marxism had witnessed a simultaneous turn to the concrete and a spread to the English-speaking world that together represented a remarkable renaissance of its intellectual vitality and international appeal. At the same time, however, there were two striking deficits within this overall accounting. One was topical, the failure of any truly strategic discourse to emerge within the kind of historical materialism that succeeded a predominantly philosophical Western Marxism proper. The other was geographical, the sudden collapse of confidence and morale within the zone of Latin culture where Western Marxism had been strongest in the post-war period. What were the reasons for this regional crisis of Marxism in Southern Europe? The superior powers of structuralism, which at first glance seemed an obvious answer, proved on inspection to be implausible, the checkered political record of the latter emphasizing its dependence on an external context it could not theorize. In Germany, which saw neither a qualitative growth of Marxist culture of the Anglo-American type nor a precipitous fallback of the Franco-Italian kind, but rather the consolidation of a traditionally strong production. Very similar themes to those of structuralism were reworked in Habermas's attempt to reconstruct historical materialism, yet coexisted with a quite distinct political stance. To understand this intellectual pattern as a whole, across all three zones, it is necessary to turn outwards to that far broader, extrinsic history to which Marxism has always accorded a provisional primacy of principle in attempts to explain its own development. So far in these lectures, I've scarcely mentioned the largest single reality that inevitably impinged on that development in the period we have been considering. This was, of course, the fate of the international communist movement. The Western Marxist tradition had always been marked by a peculiar combination of tension and dependence in its relation to it. On the one hand, this was a filiation which, from its very outset in the early 20s, as Russell Jacoby has recently well reminded us, had embodied hopes and aspirations for a developed socialist democracy, which the implacable machinery of bureaucratic dictatorship crushed in the USSR with the rise of Stalin. However mediated, sublimated or displaced, and it became all these in the course of the next 40 years, the ideal of a political order beyond capital that would be more rather than less advanced than the parliamentary regimes of the West never deserted it.
Hence the permanently critical distance of the Western Marxist tradition from the state structures of the Soviet Union, a distance which can even be discerned in the writings of those of its representatives closest to the international communist movement itself. At different times, Sartre and Lukács, Althusser and de la Volpe, not to speak of Korsch or Gramsci or Marcuse. On the other hand, this tradition nearly always had a sense of the extent to which the Russian Revolution and its sequels, whatever their barbarities or deformities, represented the sole, real breach with the order of capital that the 20th century has yet seen, hence the ferocity of the onslaught of the capitalist states against them. From the Entente intervention in the Russian Civil War, to the Nazi attack on the USSR, to the Korean War, fought against China, to the attempted assault on Cuba, and then the war in Vietnam itself. In the West, moreover, the alternative tradition within the labour movement, that of social democracy, had lost any force of real opposition to capitalism, becoming a generally servile prop of the status quo. There, the only militant adversaries the local bourgeoisies encountered continued to be Communist parties ideologically bound to the USSR, where these existed as mass organizations. For all these reasons, the Western Marxist tradition was also typically oblique and prudent in its criticisms of the communist states themselves. Direct and extended theoretical analysis of them in their own right was rarely, if ever, attempted, in significant contrast, of course, to the underground tradition descending from Trotsky with its roots in the political struggles of the 20s in the Soviet Union. Herbert Marcuse's Soviet Marxism is an honorable exception, but even it is characteristically concerned with the ideology rather than the polity of the USSR. This constitutive ambiguity of attitude in the Western Marxist tradition found its sharpest intellectual focus for a time in the work of one thinker, Jean-Paul Sartre. The reason for this lay in his peculiar position between the two dominant options within Western Marxism in the 50s, formal membership of a communist party to be practically close to popular politics at the price of theoretical silence about that politics, Lukács, Althusser, or de la Volpe, or distancing from any form of organizational commitment or commentary on current politics, the survivors of the Frankfurt School. Sartre, at the head of his journal Les Temps Modernes, never joined the French Communist Party, but he did try to develop a consequent practice of Marxist political intervention and theoretical interpretation of the course of the class struggle in France and the world outside it. It was this project that brought him to the series of political essays on the communists and peace, to the rupture with Merleau-Ponty that arose out of it, to the famous articles on Stalinism of 1956-57, and then to the composition of the Critique of Dialectical Reason itself. I remarked yesterday that the abandonment of the second volume of the Critique in the late 50s or early 60s was a crucial moment in the intellectual history of post-war France. Part of the reason for this renunciation certainly lay in the intractable philosophical difficulties Sartre encountered when he started to try to construct what he called an enveloping totalization of antagonist praxes, that would found the unity of a plurality of conflicting epic centers of action. This was the decisive problem of the revolving relations between structure and subject, as we have seen. There is no doubt from the manuscript that Sartre lost his way here, but the colossal scale of his work on Flaubert would testify that his theoretical energies were far from exhausted. He could have returned to attack this theoretical crux with renewed vigor at a later date, as philosophers had done in analogous circumstances before him. The reason why he did not lies elsewhere in the unpublished mass of Volume 2. For what Sartre had attempted to do was to conduct his critical investigation through the medium of the actual historical processes that led from the October Revolution to the apotheosis of Stalin after the Second World War and beyond in the Soviet Union. It is the class struggles and political conflicts of that long and bloody experience that form his dialectical laboratory. The choice was no mere hazard
Soon after the publication of the first volume of the critique, Sartre remarked, when asked about the publication of the second, that as the sequel was about history itself, it would depend how that history turned out, what happened next. The meaning of this cryptic reply becomes clear on a reading of the manuscript. The real intellectual horizon of the critique was political. Sartre's hope for a developing democratization of the USSR under Khrushchev expressed exactly that optimistic perspective on Soviet history as a whole, so eloquently set out in his long essay of 1956, The Ghost of Stalin, which in and through its very excoriation of the Russian intervention in Hungary, held firm to the prediction that de-Stalinization will de-Stalinize the de-Stalinizers. It was almost certainly the disappointment of this expectation by the early 60s which broke off the intention of the second volume. From 1954 to 1960, Soviet society had appeared on the whole to be moving away from the morte-main of Stalin as labor camps were dissolved, prisoners released, cultural life liberalized, economic reforms granted to benefit consumers and the countryside, and a new international policy of peaceful coexistence proclaimed. Sartre looked forward to the radicalization of that process, with the recovery of direct sovereignty by the Russian working class and peasantry amidst revived political freedoms and secured personal rights. The failures of Khrushchev's last years, from the Cuban Missile Crisis to the disastrous harvests of the early 60s, led in the event in the opposite direction. 2 decades of bleak, Brezhnevite conservatism followed. There was to be one last experience, however, of a liberal and reforming communism in Eastern Europe, one far more enlightened than that of Khrushchevism. The Prague Spring in Czechoslovakia. There, in a semi-westernized industrial and cultural environment with strong pre-war parliamentary traditions, a conscious and genuine effort came from within the ruling party to shed the carapace of bureaucratic domination and progress towards a real producer's democracy. The destruction of that prospect, with the Warsaw Pact invasion of August 1968, finished off the cycle of de-Stalinization in the Soviet bloc itself. Sartre's last political essay of Weight, The Socialism That Came In From the Cold, was an obituary of the Czechoslovak experiment. It is no accident that he thereafter lost his compass and never produced a major political statement again, his pronouncements in the 70s becoming ever more occasional and erratic. Meanwhile, however, a new gravitational force was exercising a tidal pull on the Western Marxist culture of the late 60s and early 70s. The discredit of Khrushchev's model of reformism in the USSR created the conditions in which Mao's launching of an officially proclaimed cultural revolution in China came to seem a superior form of rupture with the institutional inheritance of Stalinist industrialization and bureaucratization, one historically more advanced because more radical in every sense. Abroad, Chinese foreign policy attacked diplomatic collusion with imperialist powers, calling for active solidarity with oppressed peoples in the Third World. At home, spontaneous mass action against bureaucratic privilege from below was stressed in lieu of cautious reforms from above. Instead of greater space for market forces, social egalitarianism was exalted at all levels. Beyond class divisions themselves, the Cultural Revolution announced as its goal transcendence of the division between mental and manual labor itself, as well as the age-old division between town and country. All this was to be realized through direct popular administration in the spirit of the Paris Commune, and the unleashed energy and enthusiasm of the younger generation. The appeal of this ideological program was very wide in the West, where it seemed to resonate from the other end of the world, common themes of hostility to technocratic consumerism, educational hierarchy, and parasitic over-industrialization. In Europe, Althusser was the most prominent and influential Marxist thinker to invest much of his hope for a democratic communism in the Maoist project in China. His Italian correspondent and collaborator, Matteucci, became the author of one of the most unconditional encomia of it. But the wave of sympathy and admiration for the cultural revolution swept up a very broad range of socialist intellectuals, not to speak of student militants, affecting in different degrees and different ways Duschke and Enzensberger in Germany, Poulantzas, Glucksmann and Kristeva in France, Rosanda and Arrighi in Italy, Sweezy and Magdoff in the USA, Robinson and Caldwell in Britain. The real substance and direction of the Maoist experience in China, however, was to prove very different from the ideal images which gained such diffusion abroad. Already by the early 70s, the momentum of an unrestrained anti-Soviet campaign, initially intelligible enough, then increasingly unbalanced and hysterical, led the Chinese state to an ever closer embrace of the United States government and an ever more accentuated abandonment of support or solidarity for national liberation movements in the Third World, in exchange for amity with the most brutal and reactionary regimes across 3 continents, from Chile to Zaire and Iran to Sudan. Domestically, it became increasingly clear that the Cultural Revolution was not only manipulated by the very bureaucratic summit it was ostensibly first aimed against, but in practice amounted to something very different from its declared goals: a gigantic purge of party and state apparatuses involving a huge toll of political repression with millions of victims, economic stagnation as demographic pressures mounted, and ideological obscurantism as every field of culture and education regressed in the irrationalism of a Mao cult surpassing that of Stalin himself. The final balance sheet was far direr than that of Khrushchevism before it. Popular repudiation of the Cultural Revolution after Mao's death was overwhelming. The reaction to it, indeed, soon came to resemble in many of its features the pragmatic cast, at once liberal and cynical, of Khrushchevite reformism itself. The impact of this somber parabola on the tenor of the Western Marxism that followed it from afar was bound to be great. In the event, however, it was to be compounded by a second decisive experience of these years. The Cultural Revolution and its consequences had consummated the Eastern Schism within the Soviet-dominated international communist movement. The advent of Euro-communism a decade later affected a symmetrical Western schism. Its starting point, too, was a critique of the legacy of Stalinism in the Soviet Union and of the petrification of the prospect of internal reforms in the USSR and Eastern Europe. But whereas Maoism had reacted primarily against Khrushchevism, Eurocommunism, chronologically later and thematically distinct, was a response to the burial of it in the Brezhnevite consolidation of the 60s and 70s. Its real genesis dates from the invasion of Czechoslovakia, a Soviet action which was for the first time condemned with virtual unanimity by the West European Communist parties. The Eurocommunist alternative to the Russian model, as it crystallized towards the mid-70s, laid central stress on the need to preserve the full range of civic liberties characteristic of capitalist democracy in any socialism to be achieved in the West, in a political order entrenching personal rights and plurality of parties alike, maintaining parliamentary institutions, and repudiating any sudden or violent rupture with the private ownership of the means of production. In other words, it was a peaceful, gradual, constitutional road to socialism, antipodal to the model of the October Revolution and to the Bolshevik regime that emerged from it. The attraction of these proposals to many of the survivors or heirs of Western Marxism was comprehensible enough. The adoption of Euro-communist positions by the leaderships of the major communist parties of the West, above all in Italy, France, and Spain, could be seen as a belated official acceptance of the heterodox concern with socialist democracy which had underlain much of the Western Marxist tradition from the outset. Its critique of the Soviet model finally rejoining that adumbrated by Korsch or Gramsci 40 years earlier. Two circumstances helped to make the adhesion of Marxist intellectuals to the Eurocommunist perspective an especially numerous one. Despite the deep differences in the content of the two scissions, Maoism and Eurocommunism representing in many ways polar ideological opposites, they shared a common point of negative reference in the USSR. Chinese propaganda had, by the mid-70s, become obsessively and virulently anti-Soviet. China itself had by then lost much of its luster abroad, but the Russophobia, which it had diffused in the wide circles in Western Europe that had fallen under Maoist influence, lingered on. In some cases, the result was simply a rapid transition to a conventional anti-communism tout court, the trajectory essentially of the French New Philosophers, but more frequent was an evolution from Maoism to Eurocommunism, mediated by the vehement rejection of the Soviet experience common to both. This movement was especially marked in France. Althusser, for all his initial misgivings at the dropping of the formula of the dictatorship of the proletariat by the French Communist Party, was emblematic of it. A much more powerful factor in the general rallying to Eurocommunism, however, was the political situation in southern Europe itself. Midway through the 70s, this whole region appeared ripe for popular advance and social change. In France, after nearly 2 decades of uninterrupted rule, the right was sinking into discredit and division. In Italy, Christian democratic corruption and incompetence were generating ever wider protest and larger electorates for the Italian Communist Party. In Spain, Portugal, and Greece, fascist or military dictatorships were at the end of their tether. In all these countries, the communist parties were still the largest organizational force in the working class, either in legality or in the underground. The chance for a historic breakthrough, beyond the social stalemate of welfare capitalism in Northern Europe, appeared to be a real one, as the electoral expectation of coalition governments of the left coincided with the ideological conversion to a specifically Western pluralism announced by Eurocommunism. Not since the end of the liberation, it can be said, had such a fund of popular hope built up in broad masses of workers and intellectuals alike. In the event, the outcome was uniformly dispiriting. One after the other, in one different way, after another, the large communist parties missed their opportunities. The Italian party wasted its substance in the fruitless pursuit of a junior partnership with the principal organization of the Italian bourgeoisie, the Christian Democratic Party, disillusioning its supporters without winning the office it craved. The French party, apprehensive of its social democratic partner, broke up the union of the left when it was still a strong organization, precipitating electoral failure in 1978, only to enter into government 3 years later, now enfeebled and subordinate, with the self-same social democracy. The Portuguese party, alone in rejecting Eurocommunism, unsuccessfully tried to seize power in a bureaucratic putsch and ended the Portuguese Revolution in so doing. The Spanish party, the central force in underground resistance to Franco's regime, rallied to the monarchy bequeathed by Franco, only to find itself marginalized and outnumbered by a socialist party that had been completely inactive during the dictatorship. These cumulative failures were a demoralizing blow to all those who had looked for a new dawn of the European labour movement in the passing of the old order in the South. It was here that the crisis of Marxism, so-called, had its source and its meaning. Its real determinants had very little to do with its overt themes. What detonated it was essentially a double disappointment, first in the Chinese and then in the West European alternatives to the central post-revolutionary experience of the 20th century so far, that of the USSR itself. Each of these alternatives had presented itself as a historically new solution, capable of overcoming the dilemmas and avoiding the disasters of Soviet history, yet each of their upshots proved to be a return to familiar deadlocks. Maoism appeared to debouch into little more than a truculent Oriental Khrushchevism. Eurocommunism lapsed into what looked increasingly like a second-class version of Occidental social democracy, shamefaced and subaltern in its relation to the mainstream tradition descending from the Second International. It was, of course, the latter disappointment that was the crucial one. It directly affected the conditions and perspectives of socialism within those advanced capitalist countries, which had seemed till then to offer the most opportunities for real progress by the labour movement in the West. Here, then, we can see why the crisis of Marxism was a quintessentially Latin phenomenon, for it was precisely in the 3 major Latin countries, France, Italy, and Spain, that the chances of Eurocommunism seemed fairest and the subsequent deflation was sharpest. The forms of that deflation have varied widely, from clamorous transfers to the right to mute exits from politics altogether. The most widespread pattern, however, has been a sudden shrinkage of socialist challenge and aspiration, now scaled down with a bad conscience and worse pretexts to fit the crabbed accommodation of a new social democracy to capitalism. decked out as a fresh Eurosocialism beneficiary of the falling away of Eurocommunism, the governments and parties of Mitterrand, González, and Craxi have since attracted the allegiance of most of the repentant and disabused within a prospect of prudent reform at home and pronounced adherence to the Atlantic community abroad. The situation elsewhere was necessarily rather different. In Britain and the United States, West Germany and Scandinavia, there had never been mass communist parties to attract the same projections or hopes in the post-war period. In Northern, as opposed to Southern Europe, social democratic governments had been the norm for decades. Reformist administration of capitalism held few novelties for the Marxism that had developed there since the 60s, whose main political focus was precisely a critique of it. In the United States, the effects of the Vietnam War were relayed, virtually without interruption, by those of the world recession to create the context for a continuous growth of Marxist culture from a very small starting base rather than a crisis of it. These conditions produced an environment affording little soil for collective conversions or collapses of the Gallic or Italian type. A steadier or more tough-minded historical materialism proved generally capable of withstanding political isolation or adversity, and of generating increasingly solid and mature work in and through them. This is not to say that analogous developments may not affect sectors of the Anglo-American or Nordic lefts in the future. The popular consolidation of political regimes of imperialist reaction in Britain or the United States in the mid-80s may well break the nerve of some socialists, drawing them rightwards in an anxious quest for the middle ground. The extent of such possible responses, however, remains to be seen. For the moment, the contrast between the relative robustness and vitality of Marxism in this zone and its corrosion and malady in the lands of the aborted Eurocommunist experience is stark enough. Now, if the vicissitudes of Eurocommunism were the principal cause, displaced and concealed, of the disarray of Latin Marxism, they also provide the major explanation for the other central contradiction of that prospectus for the future of historical materialism with which I started. The one crucial area, it will be remembered, where little or no work corresponding to my predictions occurred was that of Marxist strategy. My assumption had been that the resurgence of mass working class and student militancy at the end of the 60s made possible and foreseeable the reunification of Marxist theory and popular practice that alone could generate the kind of revolutionary strategy that had been the achievement of classical Marxism in the epoch of the October Revolution and whose absence had crippled Western Marxism for so long. What in fact happened was both near and far from this scenario. There was a major closing of the gap between Marxist theory and mass political practice, which had vital and fertile effects on the theory, but the circuit reuniting them was predominantly a reformist rather than a revolutionary one. The framework of my reflections in the mid-70s had formerly allowed for this variant as one of a range of possible combinations, but their conclusion did not take it sufficiently into account. Eurocommunism did, for all its limitations, put practical questions of a transition to socialism in conditions of advanced capitalism on the agenda of Marxist theory. The apparent imminence of left governments with communist participation in France, Italy, and Spain concentrated the minds of Marxist intellectuals powerfully all across the West. This development greatly contributed towards that turn to the concrete which I have argued is characterized for typical forms of historical materialism to succeed the principally philosophical tradition of Western Marxism proper. Political, economic, and sociological analyses were now produced in abundance, where formerly there had been a notable dearth. But in the strategic field in the strict sense, little of value emerged. For while Eurocommunism presented itself as a third road, as its Italian spokesmen have called it, between Stalinism and social democracy, its actual practice increasingly came to seem merely a repetition of the mournful route back into capitalism of the Second International. No new strategic thought could arise along that journey. As to the areas outside the Eurocommunist arena in Northern Europe or North America, no mass socialist movement of comparable dimensions has yet developed. There the landscape held few illusions, but also few possibilities as yet for directly confronting the problem of the overthrow of the authority of capital. Nor, it must be said, did the alternative tradition of revolutionary Marxism, with its characteristically much greater strategic emphasis and insight, which had seemed to possess the potential for central contributions to any workable transition towards socialism in the West, prove significantly more fruitful than its historical rivals. The Marxist filiation descending from Trotsky appeared well poised when I was writing Considerations on Western Marxism to re-enter the post-Stalinized mass politics of the left in the advanced capitalist countries after decades of marginalization, always far closer to the principal concerns of socialist practice, economic and political, than the philosophical line of Western Marxism. The distinctive theoretical heritage of the Trotskyist tradition gave it obvious initial advantages in the new conjuncture of popular upsurge in world depression that marked the early 70s, yet in the event, the promise it contained was not to be fulfilled in this period. The conceptions and evasions of Eurocommunism met their most effective critiques from the literature of Trotskyism, but although the polemical charge of texts like Ernest Mandel's From Stalinism to Eurocommunism left their objects typically without riposte, these negative demonstrations of the incoherence and implausibility of central Eurocommunist assumptions were not accompanied by any sustained positive construction of an alternative scenario for defeating capitalism in the West. The blockage stemmed from too close an imaginative adherence to the paradigm of the October Revolution made against the husk of a feudal monarchy and too distant a theoretical concern with the contours of a capitalist democracy the Bolsheviks never had to confront. History presented one decisive experience to this movement in these years, but the test proved beyond its powers. The fall of Portuguese fascism created the most favorable conditions for a socialist revolution in any European country since the surrender of the Winter Palace. A large electoral majority for the workers' parties in the provisional representative apparatuses of the state was here combined with the decomposition of the inherited repressive apparatuses of the state and the emergence of major insurgent sectors in the officer corps and rank and file of the armed forces, resolved to force a passage to socialism. A dual opportunity of this sort has never arisen elsewhere under conditions of advanced capitalism. The Portuguese Communist Party, vainly attempting to repeat the Czechoslovak road to bureaucratic power of 1948, inevitably missed it. But so too did the small Trotskyist movement operating on its flanks. Although it produced the sharpest and most interesting internal debate of the decade on the course of the Portuguese process, it also failed to synthesize the contending positions, each with its contradictory share of truth, into any cogent or innovative strategy. The Fourth International lost its way at the crossroads of the Portuguese Revolution, as the uncertain groupings of subsequent years were to show. The dearth of strategic resource or invention, agencies and occasions, projections and surprises, forms and demands, organizations and initiatives, ways and means in their totality capable of surpassing and evicting the order of capital, was not to be seriously remedied from any quarter in this period. The problem of such a strategy remains today, as it has done now for 50 years, the Sphinx facing Marxism in the West. It is clear that the freedom of capitalist democracy, meagre but real, with its ballot or Bill of Rights, can only yield to the force of a qualitatively greater liberty of socialist democracy, exercised over work and wealth, economy and family, as well as polity. But how are the supple and durable structures of the bourgeois state, endlessly elastic in adjustment of the consent on which it immediately rests and infinitely rigid in preservation of the coercion on which it ultimately relies, to be overpowered? What block of social forces can be mobilized, in what ways, ever to undertake the risks of disconnecting the cycle of capital accumulation in our intricately integrated market economies? These are questions that remind us again and again, but the problem of structure and subject, structures of operative economic and political power, subjects of any calculable insurgency against them, is one not only for critical theory, but also for the most concrete of all practices. I do not wish to end on a resumptive note, however, but on an expectant one. The issues just discussed are ones I argued were central nearly a decade ago, yet there are others also in need of exploration, which I did not then raise. For if the moment of power is the alpha of any serious Marxist problematic, it is not the omega.
For what ends, in the names of what values and ideals, could a social movement be imaginably inspired to struggle against the dominion of advanced capital in the world today? Here I will hazard the prediction that the major challenge to Marxism as a critical theory in the next decades will come from a very different direction from the one reviewed here, and that it is on the terrain of that challenge that it will have to develop its omega. In a memorable phrase, Frank Lentrichia has spoken of the stereophonic sirens of idealism that have seduced so many in recent years. Structuralism, among other things, was certainly that, an immensely alluring form of idealism. My guess, however, is that a more powerful intellectual challenge will in future come from naturalism. The signs of this are all around us, I think, variable syntheses of them perhaps waiting just over the horizon. Traditionally, and especially in the Anglo-American cultures, an emphasis on biological determinants of social realities has always been associated with the right. That lineage has been newly reinforced with the advent of so-called sociobiology as such, itself derivative from the relatively recent discipline of ethology, each in turn falling into position within a long-standing behaviorism that preceded them. The ideological drift of this tradition has always been a reactionary conception of human nature, understood as a permanent physiological nexus narrowly restricting all possible social choice. The nature in question is invariably at once aggressive and conservative, individualist yet inertial, a standing warning against radical experiment or revolutionary change. The left has always fought these ideas of an eternal, unamenable human nature in the name of the social variability of human beings under different historical orders and their ameliorability under conditions that emancipate rather than oppress them. Recently, however, it is noticeable that writers of either socialist or left liberal persuasion have increasingly tended to argue for another version of human nature itself, of what one might call a protective rather than restrictive type. The outstanding American examples are Noam Chomsky and Barrington Moore. Their common theme, it might be said, is a certain notion of natural autonomy or creativity in human beings. Chomsky maintains that political ideas must be rooted ultimately in some conception of human nature and human needs. In his view, the fundamental human capacity is the need for creative self-expression, for free control of all aspects of one's life and thought. Whereas, if humans are just plastic and random organisms, then why not control that randomness by the state authority or the behavioral technologist? Moore's position is somewhat more pessimistic, but clearly related. For him, minimal conceptions of justice, what he calls standards of decent treatment, are universals of human nature, but sufficiently powerful mechanisms of social mystification or coercion can induce an amnesia, not obliteration, of them, of the sort that Chomsky would fear. Moore's study of injustice consequently allows for both fixity and variability in human responses to social organization. Neither Chomsky nor Moore, of course, are Marxists, but within Marxism itself, the powerful work of the Italian philologist Sebastiano Timpanaro has long defended another variant of human nature on the left, what could be called, to distinguish it, a privative conception which insists sheerly and eloquently on the biological limits of all human life, whether of the individual or of the species, in disease, decrepitude, and death. The function of this naturalism in all three writers is to found an ethics, the notorious absence of anything approaching such an ethics within the accumulated corpus of historical materialism, its regular displacement by either politics or aesthetics, lends this project a peculiar point and force. In each case, of course, difficult questions arise, essentially those posed by the relation between nature, so conceived, and history. It is the articulation of these two terms that poses, I would argue, the other great crux for Marxism as a critical theory, comparable to that of the relation between structure and subject. The same problem reappears nearly everywhere along the symptomatic frontiers of the traditional concerns and conceptions of historical materialism, where new political movements or issues outside its classical perimeter have now become unevadable. The three most obvious examples of these are the questions of women, ecology, and war. What are the reasons for the immemorial oppression of women as near to a sociological universal in class and pre-class societies alike, as anthropology can vouchsafe us? Polemic over the question rages to this day within the women's movement, necessarily so since it governs the future forms of women's emancipation. At one pole, radical feminists like Firestone have opted for a wholesale biologism, if in the end a desperately mutable one. At the other, theorists of gender construction virtually deny any natural basis to the sexual division of labour at all, yet even the most unremitting anti-naturalist account of sexual inequality must still be able to explain why biological differences should have been selected for the construction of social divisions. The articulation of nature and history is uneludible. If it is true that the dominant trend in the women's movement today tends to tilt the relationship too unilaterally in a culturalist direction, the opposite trend is surely predominant in the ecological movement, in which outer and inner nature often acquire a metaphysical fixity and identity well beyond any materialist conception of the range of their historical variations. Still, the problems of the interaction of the human species with its terrestrial environment, essentially absent from classical Marxism, are unpostponable in their urgency. One of the distinctive virtues of the Frankfurt tradition was its awareness of this. At whatever a philosophical level of reflection, in different registers, Raymond Williams and Rudolf Barrow have certainly addressed these issues, and it is no accident that in each case the question of the acceptable or unacceptable meanings of nature in humanity is immediately thrown up by that of the acceptable or unacceptable relations of humanity to nature. History and nature are necessarily reconjugated in every ecological discussion. Finally, and most fatefully of all, the possibility of global nuclear war, destroying all forms of life on Earth, presents for the first time the deadly proximate threat of a common terminus of the two, the end of human history in the extinction of animate nature. The very thought of such a contingency would have been unimaginable to the founders of historical materialism. Its reality thus imposes entirely new problems for any critical theory that attempts to look the close of the 20th century in the face. Here too it is no chance that current mediations or conjectures on the dynamics that have led to the increasingly dangerous international field of forces that we witness today, and which promises worse dangers of proliferation and tension tomorrow, should have resorted to naturalist speculations. Edward Thompson and Regis Debray, two very contrasted thinkers, yet each once of committed Marxist background, have recently converged in proposing a virtually ontological dialectic of self and other, transhistorically inherent in collective human bonding as such, as the ultimate explanation of the multiplying national hatreds and escalating international arms race of the post-war world. All such notions will have to be very carefully and coolly examined. What they tell us, however, is that if the relations between structure and subject are the province par excellence of socialist strategy, the relations between nature and history bring us to the long overdue moment of socialist morality. Marxism will not complete its vocation as a critical theory unless and until it can adequately meet it. Postscript. There remains a final question that no attempt to take stock of the situation of Marxism today can avoid. What is the nature of the relationship between Marxism and socialism? There is a simple and classical answer to this. The one designates a theory capable of leading to what the other designates as a society. Such a reply, however, manifestly short-circuits the actual complexities and ambiguities of the connections between the two. For socialism is not just the practical terminus of a historical process waiting for us over the horizon, it is also an ideal movement of principles and values, sustained by passion and argument, active and unfolding in the present, and with nearly 2 centuries of a past behind it. In this sense, socialism represents a cultural and political field of force that both precedes and exceeds Marxism. Today, theory itself in this respect is no monopoly of historical materialism. There were socialist thinkers of moment before Marx, and there have been since Marx, whose work bears little or no direct relationship to its intellectual framework. It would be a presumption to identify the two. There is obviously no complete coincidence between them. Recently, indeed, Edward Thompson has sought not only to distinguish, but to counterpose them quite sharply, dispensing with the cognitive pretensions of Marxism, while reaffirming the moral claims of communism in an eloquent plea for a new utopianism The difficulty of such a position, however, is that it affords no ready account of why Marxism should have assumed the overwhelming salience it has in fact acquired in the international labour movement in this century. Here once again the demands of reflexivity with which we started need to be respected. It must be asked, what have been the historical grounds of the overall dominance of historical materialism within socialist thought and culture as a whole? More exactly, in what does the unique character of Marxism as a theory for a socialist lie, and how far does it extend? Any response here must be somewhat stenographic in form, but very approximately, it might be said that the structural primacy of historical materialism on the left to date has rested on three hallmarks that separated from all other contributions to the culture of socialism. One, the first is its sheer scope as an intellectual system. While there have been many other socialist thinkers of interest and merit, from Saint-Simon to Morris to Jaurès to Wigforss, from Chayanov to Myrdal, only Marx and Engels produced a comprehensive body of theory capable of continuous cumulative development after them. That capacity derived, of course, from the synthesis they achieved between German philosophy, British economics, and French politics, as Lenin put it, which yielded a stock of interrelated concepts and theses covering a wider range of social forms and practices than any alternative could begin to meet. In this sense, there have been no equals or even potential rivals within socialism. There are other individual socialist thinkers. There is, so far, only one corpus of socialist thought that constitutes genuine collective paradigm of research, permitting interconnected debates and exchanges across generations and continents within a common language. Two, the second peculiar power possessed by Marxism within the broader compass of socialist thought has always lain in its character as a theory of historical development. Here too there have been many good socialist historians of other persuasions, Tawney or Lefebvre, Beard or Taylor, but there is only one contender as a general account of human development across the centuries from primitive societies to present forms of civilization. That is historical materialism. All other partial versions are derivations or fragments. By contrast, Marxism alone has produced at once a sufficiently general and sufficiently differential set of analytic instruments to be able to integrate successive epochs of historical evolution and their characteristic socio-economic structures into an intelligible narrative. In this respect, indeed, it remains unchallenged, not only within socialist but also non-socialist culture as a whole. There is no competing story. Weber's work comes nearest to one, but for all the extraordinary richness of its particular investigations, it significantly falls short of any general dynamic or principles of motion. Subsequent attempts to deduce one from it in banalized theories of modernization have done no more than hollow out the wealth of Weber's erudition, leaving a vacant tautological shell behind. 3. Thirdly, Marxism has stood apart from every other tradition of socialist thought in the effect of its radicalism as a political call to arms in the struggle against capitalism. There have been competing trends within the labour movement in principle, as intransigently militant in the past, Spanish anarchism for example, but without efficacy as movements of social transformation. There have also been trends of considerable practical efficacy, such as Swedish social democracy in its heyday, but without any radicalism of achievement. Capitalism has fallen to the forces fighting against it, only where Marxism has risen to dominance. Among them, all successful socialist revolutions to date have been guided by or rallied to the banner of historical materialism. These three faculties have not deserted Marxism to this day, but they are no cause for triumphalism. In many ways, historical materialism as a rational body of thought informing a controlled practice of social change has suffered from its very preeminence within the intellectual universe of socialism. As a theory, it has been, one might say, too powerful for its own good, precisely because of its inordinate assets. Its marginalization of contestants from the left was often unduly easy, its victory over critics from the right unprofitably cheap. For long, Marxism was never confronted with any really major intellectual challenges within the socialist movement, or indeed with any account of the great hinges in history of comparable solidity or confidence outside it, the result could only be to perpetuate its areas of weakness. Knowledge rarely grows without an adequate coefficient of resistance. Marxism has been the victim of its own advantages, very often developing certain characteristic inertias and vices for want of proper corrections and counterweights to it. These advantages are, however, coming under a new pressure today, a change that can only be welcomed. Each of the traditional privileges of historical materialism, in fact, is now facing a significant challenge. Firstly, and most obviously, the systematicity of Marxism as a comprehensive theory of society has been put in question by the rise of the women's movement, developing discourses on the family or sexuality that escape much of its traditional scope altogether. The classical literature of Marxism did, of course, contain a memorable chapter devoted to these issues in the work of the later Engels, but this was never consolidated into a continuous and central concern, thereafter lapsing into endemic neglect or deferral. Thus, even if the contradictions and omissions of that heritage have in part been made good by precarious resort to less scientific bodies of thought like psychoanalysis, there can be no doubt of the salutary and radical nature of the perceptual switch, the irreversible optical alteration that the new feminism has brought about. The more strictly historical preeminence of Marxism is rather less threatened so far, although here too the emergence of a vigorous women's history is potentially a critical test for it. Beyond this, the signal importance of demography as an entirely unmastered, indeed largely unexplored, domain of history for Marxism is another cause for future perturbance within it, the effect of whose stimulus, when the full measure of it is taken, we have yet to see. In general, it is noticeable that recent years have seen the successful establishment of a journal of socialist, not Marxist, historians in the English-speaking world, drawing on a wide range of international contributors, a new category. Thirdly and finally, the kind of political radicalism, once the peculiar property of Marxism, has become dimmed by the progressive tarnishing of the image of the communist states in the East and the increasing integration of the communist parties in the West into the conventional constitutional frameworks of capitalism, the twin failures of Khrushchevism and Maoism as attempts to reform the official structures of Russia and China, leaving behind them a long stalemate of mutual tension and suffocation of popular liberties, have had drastic effects upon the reputation of the doctrine in the name of which they are justified. But these in turn have been compounded by the dull conformism and domestic paternalism, sustenance of bourgeois sovereignty without and maintenance of bureaucratic authority within of so many Euro-communist parties that still invoke the memory of Marxism. None of these historical constellations is destined to last forever, but while they do, the fronts of real political insurgency in the advanced capitalist countries, at least, are liable to undergo significant displacements. The European peace movement, well to the left of the major communist parties, in the militancy of its methods and the radicalism of its goals, is already a sign of them. This example, however, poses another question. The relationship between Marxism and socialism is one within a common intellectual field. It essentially concerns issues of theoretical inquiry, but it has also to be asked, what is the relationship between socialism itself as a practice and the process of human emancipation at large? Can these two be simply identified? Towards the close of the 20th century, here again it is the emergence of a radical and international movement for women's liberation that is posed to the issue most directly. What connection is there between the abolition of sexual inequality and the advent of a classless society? The difficulty of any simple equation of the two does not lie so much in the persistence of male privilege over a wide range of social life in the post-revolutionary societies of today, for these transitional orders are not yet, by a long measure, definable in Marxist terms as socialist, while at the same time they do typically reveal significantly greater advances towards equality than pre-revolutionary societies, either recently industrialized or still agrarian, at comparable stages of economic development. The real problem for any straightforward integration of socialist and feminist perspectives is rather to be found in the nature and structure of capitalism. For it is perfectly clear that the social domination of men over women long predates capitalism, indeed is virtually coextensive with the history not only recorded but even inferable of the species itself. No known primitive society today is other than asymmetrical in its distribution of power and position between the sexes. The early capitalist mode of production inherited and reworked this millennial inequality with all its myriad oppressions, at once extensively utilizing and profoundly transforming it. In the course of its subsequent evolution, however, there can be no question but that it has, on the whole, mitigated rather than accentuated the toll of limitation and loss suffered by the second sex at the hands of the first. The elementary indices of labour, literacy, and legality, work, culture, and citizenship have all moved in one direction only. Is there any necessary stopping point for this process within the boundaries of capital? The persistence of massive discrimination in daily and public life alike, rooted in family, occupational, and educational structures, is no conclusive argument against the formal compatibility of sexual equality and private property of the means of production. Measurable progress has, after all, also been realized under late capitalism and is still continuing. Economically, the pure mechanisms of the process of valorization of capital and the expansion of the commodity form are gender-blind. The logic of profit is indifferent to sexual difference. Even while existing bourgeois societies depend for their cultural and political stability in some calculable degree on the persistence of the traditional family, and therewith femininity, capitalism as a mode of production is in principle conceivable with an equalization, even reversal, of current masculine and feminine roles. At a higher level of abundance, classes could still subsist, differentially related to the means of production, without nuclear families or gender barriers within them. But is this a practical prospect? It is not, for one fundamental and unalterable reason. Sexual domination is much older historically and more deeply rooted culturally as a pattern of inequality than class exploitation. To detonate its structures would require a far greater egalitarian charge of collective psychic hopes and energies than would be necessary to level the difference between classes. But if that charge ever exploded within capitalism, it is inconceivable that it could leave the more recent and relatively more exposed structures of class inequality standing. The blast from the one would inevitably sweep away the other. Any movement that incarnated values capable of realizing a society without hierarchy of gender would be constitutively incapable of accepting one founded on division of class. In that sense, the rule of capital and the emancipation of women are, historically and practically, irreconcilable. Could such a scenario ever occur? That is, could the struggle against sexual domination ever provide the main impetus for a wider human liberation, tidily sweeping class struggle along with it to a common victory? The answer is plainly no. The reasons for that impossibility take us directly to the paradoxes of the relationship between socialism and feminism. For if the structures of sexual domination stretch back longer and go deeper culturally than those of class exploitation, they also typically generate less collective resistance politically. The division between the sexes is a fact of nature. It cannot be abolished, as can the division between classes, a fact of history. After capitalist and worker have long vanished, women and men will remain. The biological differences that define the two sexes, moreover, render them interdependent on each other, so long as the species subsists. If abolition of the sexes is impossible, so too is their separation. Those reciprocal needs each have of the other, which comprise a constant across human history, in and through the wide diversity of social guises they have assumed, have always ensured that the rules and mechanisms of masculine domination have been accompanied by forms and degrees of feminine compensation that have no strict equivalent in the economic relationships between the immediate producers and those who appropriate their product. Without this dialectic, the larger part of the history of human affections would be unimaginable. The ties so formed of sentiment and support within many of the very customs and practices of inequality themselves have ordinarily also been sustained by the rough common equality of material condition that has so often, not always, prevailed between sexual partners within any given class themselves. Finally, and most crucially, just because of this pattern, the immediate objects of resistance or revolt within the system of sexual domination will often normally tend to be individual, since it is within the intersexual norms of conjugality or family that oppression has always been most intimately and durably exercised. workers will characteristically rebel against their employers or the state. Collectively, class struggle is social or it is nothing. Women do not possess either the same positional unity or totalized adversary, divided by economic class themselves, within their class dependent on men dependent on them. Their forces are generally more molecular and dispersed. The point of concentration of their effort is liable to be a particular partner or as a general gender. The peculiarity of the feminine condition within male-dominated societies can be seen in this respect from the absence of any specialized agencies for the regulation or repression of women, that is, any equivalent to the coercive apparatus of the state on the plane of social class. That is why, of course, tribal societies without class or state can still perfectly well enforce every degree of sexual inequality, from the relatively mild to the drastically severe. There is never any overall centralization of the structures of women's oppression, and this diffusion of it critically weakens the possibility of unitary insurgence against it. Without a centripetal focus for opposition, collective solidarity and common organization are always more difficult to achieve, more friable to maintain. None of this means, of course, that joint action by women for their liberation is impossible. On the contrary, it can be said that in the past decade such action has won a greater measure of advance than has any workers' struggle in the West. That has been true not only in terms of legal change or cultural attitude, but also in a more radical sense. The challenge from the women's movement since the 70s has probably done more than any other phenomenon to force some contemplation of the idea of a qualitatively different future into a becalmed bourgeois society, but a critical distinction remains. Universal though the cause of women's emancipation may be, one so radical that men too will be freed from their existing selves by it, it is insufficiently operational as a collective agency, actual or potential, ever to be able to uproot the economy or polity of capital. For that, a social force endowed with another strategic leverage is necessary. Only the modern collective labourer, the workers who constitute the immediate producers of any industrial society, possess that leverage by reason of their specific class capacity or structural position within the process of capitalist machinofacture as a whole, which they alone can paralyze or transform, just as they alone, by reason of their potential cohesion and mass, can furnish the central contingents of the organized army of popular will and aspiration required for any decisive confrontation with the bourgeois state. That army will, of course, include many workers who are women themselves, ever more so as the composition of the labour force continues to change away from its traditional sexual imbalance in the years to come, just as it will also include feminists as well as socialists mustered under their own banners. Any insurgent bloc capable of unleashing a transition to socialism will be various and plural in composition, but it will only be such, something more than a mere collation of dissent, if it possesses a centre of gravity in those who directly produce the material wealth on which the society of capital is founded. The tension between universality of goal and specificity of effect inscribed in the relationship between the practical causes of feminism and socialism today is in fact one visible in the original theoretical succession from utopian to scientific socialism itself. The utopianism of Saint-Simon, Fourier, or Owen accorded a far more lucid and consistent attention to the disharmony of the sexes and sought more persistently and boldly to imagine ways to remedy it than the thought of Marx and Engels that eventually so largely supplanted it. Engels could retrospectively delight in the stupendously grand thoughts and germs of thought that everywhere break out through their fantastic covering in the writing of these predecessors, but there is no exact equivalent for the direction of many of them in the corpus of historical materialism. It is no accident that contemporary feminists should have turned back to the utopians so warmly for continuity and inspiration in their own work. There was no question of the loss of political emphasis and imagination that accompanied the general codification of post-utopian socialism at the turn of the 20th century. But at the same time, it is necessary to see equally clearly why the utopian tradition was so quickly eclipsed. Presenting itself as a program for the ethical reformation of humanity as a whole, it lacked any historical operator to shift the enormous weight of material misery it so fervently denounced, precisely because it sought to deliver the human race all at once from bondage. It could explore issues of sex as much as, or more than, issues of class, but for the same reason it had no way of locating the lines of division within humanity, capable of bringing about the new civilization, its ironic universalism, the gospel of a secular religion as its founders formulated it, precluded social conflict as a central principle of political change, hence its necessary resort to moral conversion as a substitute for it. The decisive advance of scientific socialism was to break this deadlock by identifying the site of a particular social agency rooted in historically specific forms of economic production as the Archimedean point from which the old order could be overturned, the structural position occupied by the industrial working class created by the advent of capitalism. That process, by definition, involved the sharpest bisection of society into opposite political camps and endemic war between them. The gain that was registered by this transformation of perspective was so immense that it consigned the previous utopian problematic to virtual oblivion within socialist thought for a long period, but there was a price to be paid for it, the narrowing of the characteristic range of concerns of Marxism as the dominant ideology of the labour movement in the 20th century. The same divergence is posed today by the other, even greater, issue overflowing traditional channels of socialist thought, the prospect of nuclear war. Here too, but far more dramatically and finally, universal human interests transcending the struggle between capital and labour are at stake, nothing less than the survival of humanity itself. It is quite logical then that those who have done more than most to rouse a new peace movement into being, sounding the alarm at the constantly increasing risks of global annihilation, should also so often have called for a revival of the utopian heritage within socialism. Edward Thompson and Rudolf Barrow are outstanding examples. Each has felt a moral insufficiency within Marxism to contend with the shape of the danger now facing any future for humankind at all, an insensibility grounded in its nature as a theory of struggle between classes, pitting antagonistic forces without respite against each other, rather than of redemption of the species as a whole, as the bloodshot 20th century lurches towards its end. Against this legacy they have appealed for an immediate universalism in a common human reflex, beyond the barriers of country and class alike, to ward off the threat of thermonuclear extinction. The power and rationale of this appeal are incontestable. Businessman and worker, bureaucrat and peasant will perish alike in any global war today. International peace is the condition for the pursuit of any form of socialism, just as it is for the preservation of any form of capitalism. The widest conceivable mobilization is needed today, and will be more urgent than ever tomorrow, against the gathering momentum of the nuclear arms race. But here too, on a planetary scale, the relationship between aim and agency is disjunctive. The benefits of arresting the drive towards a general conflagration can only be universal, but the forces capable of securing them will necessarily remain particular. The prolonged momentum of the Cold War that has led to the present deteriorating pass in international relations does not derive from inherited faults or warps within the moral constitution of humanity, as any neo-utopian diagnosis inevitably tends to suggest. It is the awful but intelligible product of precisely that global class struggle whose understanding gave birth to historical materialism, a conflict founded on the ceaseless determination of major capitalist states to stifle every attempt to build socialism, from the Russian to the Vietnamese, the Central European down to the Central American revolutions, and for deformities the resistance to it has wrought within them. The potential outcome of this conflict transcends the opposition between capital and labour, but its actual springs remain tightly coiled within it. It is for that reason, too, that while the dominant classes in the West could foreseeably yield to measures of disarmament or on a rational calculation of the risks and costs of indefinite nuclear stockpiling, they will never be the initiators of any movement towards a denuclearized peace. The only political agencies capable of wrenching humanity away from the long-term run towards war lie to the side of labour, not capital, for dispossessed, rather than the possessors, of the fundamental means of production and coercion in the imperialist societies of today. There is no space, geometrical or historical, in which the categories of right and left can be magically sublated. Peace itself, so long as it signifies no more than the negative absence of war, is unlikely ever to mobilize the depths of patience or the heights of enthusiasm necessary to win it, among great masses of men and women all over the world, in the teeth of the sinister lull that passes for peace today, the positive outline of a social order beyond both capital and bureaucracy, which alone would lay to rest the menace of war between them, is the only realistic horizon for a peace movement that can endure. In William's words, to build peace now more than ever, it is necessary to build more than peace. In this respect, the two causes of general emancipation just considered have not wholly dissimilar ties with the specific cause of socialism itself. Neither is identical with it, but in each case the route to one passes through the other as its probable condition. Without the supersession of classes, there is small chance of the equalization of sexes, just as without the dismantling of capital there is little likelihood of the banishment of nuclear war. The peace movement and the women's movement are, in their practical fate, in the long run, indissociable from the dynamic of the labour movement. That gives no superior rights to the latter. The autonomy of the two critical forces of our time that pose directly universal demands requires absolute respect, but it does impose new responsibilities on the labour movement. These include not only a material solidarity with the struggle for peaceful coexistence between nations and for full equality between sexes, but also an ideal capacity to reconstruct and develop the idea of socialism itself so that it can genuinely act as a fulcrum between them. The urgency of this task is now plain. In recent years, the very notion of socialism as an alternative form of civilization has become effaced and remote within broad masses of the working class in the West, and fallen into popular discredit in significant zones of the East. In these conditions, it is all the more necessary to put a quite renewed emphasis on socialism as a future society that exists nowhere in the world today, or even seems very close, yet whose articulated form it is essential to debate at once as boldly and as concretely as possible. The field of such debate is already discernible in the contrasts of current contributions to it, emphasizing the opposite axes of value and institutions. To take the two most paradigmatic examples, on the one hand, Edward Thompson has exalted the faculties of the utopian imagination as such, in figurations of moral desire freed from any too mundane calculus of conventional cognition, while on the other hand Raymond Williams has reproached the classical utopian impulse for tending towards an escapist simplification of the existing world, and insisted on the more exacting need for feasible institutional specification of any socialist future beyond it, which will always involve greater, not less, complexity than the arrangements of the capitalist present. Were they pitted against each other, anarchism and Fabianism would be the logical conclusion of either emphasis on its own. An open and inventive Marxism should find its province in a flexible balance between them. In fact, on the contrary, historical materialism has been taxed with deficiencies from both directions at once. As subject to a critique by utopianism for the utilitarian narrowness of its compass of political concerns, and as a subject to a critique for utopianism in the impractical vagueness of its proposals for social change. Recent work by Carmen Siriani contains a powerful example of the second type of argument. Of the two, each of which possesses its own measure of truth, it is nevertheless the latter that has more force. Classical Marxism was in general always skeptical towards blueprints of a socialist or communist future, but the vacuum left by its abstention from them could not remain entirely unfilled. What took their place was, in effect, untransformed residues of the tradition of utopian socialism itself, which were never thoroughly criticized or reworked in the mature writings of Marx or Engels or their successors. The result was the persistence within a socialism that sought to be scientific of such themes, taken over tel quel from Saint-Simon as the replacement of the government of men by the administration of things, or from Fourier of the abolition of the division of labour, which virtually ruled out the possibility or necessity of conceiving political or economic arrangements of any complexity at all after the overthrow of capital. The conviction of an inherent simplification of administration and production, economy and polity alike, found its most passionate expression in the pages of State and Revolution, where any cook could run the state. The legacy of institutional thought within classical Marxism was thus always very weak, with dire consequences for the actual process of institutionalization in Bolshevik Russia itself. The post-classical tradition of Western Marxism did nothing to remedy these deficiencies. It did, however, develop a range of philosophical discourses projecting diverse transvaluations of an ideal civilizational character. The Frankfurt School and thinkers more loosely associated with it was most fecund in these. Marcuse and Bloch in particular produced overt varieties of moral aesthetic utopia, Adorno oblique elements of one. All these were pitched on a speculative plane, entirely remote from any existent social movement or political reality. Nevertheless, there can be no doubt of the positive heritage of this strand within Western Marxism. It seems likely that, possibly by way of its attenuated pedagogical mutant in Habermas's theory of communication, this will provide a significant stimulus to creative attempts at further transvaluations in the future. Nevertheless, it remains true that little or none of this work has touched on the actualization of a tangible socialist future. The institutional terrain has been characteristically neglected throughout, yet it is quite clear that, without serious exploration and mapping of it, any political advance beyond a parliamentary capitalism will continue to be blocked. No working class or popular bloc in a Western society will ever make a leap in the dark at this point in history, let alone into the grey-on-grey of an Eastern society of the type that exists today. A socialism that remains incognito will never be embraced by it. To bring the two closer together, there are four great areas where practical research and proposal are above all now needed. 1. The first of these is the political structure of a socialist democracy. What would be the precise forms of mandate, periodicity, franchise, and constituency in a neo-Soviet system articulating workplace and residential principles within a producer's democracy covering polity and economy alike? How far would a professional administrative apparatus subsist? What division of powers would be codified? How would jurisdiction be allocated between national and local instances of authority? Would there exist a new technology of delegation? What would be the optimal ways of disaggregating control over the means of communication? 2. The second central area for debate is obviously the pattern of an advanced socialist economy. Assuming a full producer's democracy and popular determination of alternative plans, all the most difficult and intricate problems remain. What would be the range of forms of social ownership? How large or small a role should the market play? Could planning ever pre-adjust to new needs with their inherent dynamism? What devices would exist to resolve conflicts between central and regional interests? What would be the appropriate combination of price mechanisms? How should consumer rights be articulated with those of producers in major services? Should the volume of product choices be increased or diminished? Which patterns of technology and what distribution of labor times would be desirable? How should different jobs be remunerated? 3. A third area where careful reflection is long overdue is what might be called the socio-cultural pattern of a libertarian leveling, that is, means for abolishing class and gender inequalities beyond the reappropriation of the means of production by the direct producers. What kinds of detailed transformation of the educational system and mutations of the division of labor would most effectively tend to overcome any inherited or imposed ladder of life chances, while at the same time multiplying rather than restricting individual differentiation and development of talent? 4. The final and most formidable area of all concerns the international relations between inevitably unevenly developed socialist countries themselves. Ultimately, this involves the problem of the relationship between the producing classes in the rich nations and those of the poor nations, as well as the question of the relationship between the world peasantry and the world working class within the poorer countries themselves. What would be any projectable pattern of equitable flows of trade and investment between North and South were both liberated from the sway of capital? How could revenues and resources be progressively best shared? What kinds of technological exchange and diffusion would most depolarize the economic geography left by capitalism? Is even development historically imaginable? If so, what would it mean? Merely to enumerate such questions is to register how little most of them have been directly confronted within the Marxist tradition in the West. It is against this background that the recent appearance of Alec Nove's Economics of Feasible Socialism is so significant a development. In a work of luminous freshness and clarity, common sense and good humour, analytic logic and empirical detail, Nove has put to rest a century of unexamined preconception and illusions about what might lie on the other side of capital, and awakened us to our first real vision of what a socialist economy under democratic control might look like. The premises of that vision are a deft and elegant critique of the notion that labour values could be preeminent in any form of rational calculation under socialism, but the market could ever be entirely substituted by the plan, that central planning itself could ever be free from antinomies of level in its hierarchy of decision-making, or that the division of labour could ever give way to pure permutation of skills and roles. Against all these misconceptions, Nove shows how central the criteria of scarcity and utility must be for the computation of values under socialism, how necessary the market and money remain as the most efficient mediators of democratic microeconomic choice over a wide range of consumption, how far their preservation is from contradicting the overall guidance of a central plan, properly constructed and controlled, and how essential variegation of types of social property and enterprise will be in any free association of producers. His own preferred solutions envisage at least 5 major forms, from state ownership of basic producer goods, industries, and financial institutions, to self-managed, socialized enterprises operating on a local scale, to cooperatives controlling their own property, small private ventures with a strict capital ceiling, and finally a great deal of skilled self-employment. The seduction of this model lies in its combination of realism and radicalism, a hallmark of much of the book as a whole, far from the over-centralized plans and bureaucratic monopolies of the communist states, with their vain attempts to suppress market and rig price relationships by administrative fiat at great cost to producers and consumers alike. Nove's feasible socialism is equally far from any of the social democratic stand-ins for capitalism. All private ownership of the principal means of production is abolished in an economy where income differentials are held within a range of 1 to 2 or 1 to 3, a much more drastic compression than in even the most egalitarian of existing societies in the East. Nove's book contains a polemic, memorable for its wit and absence of rancor, with the bulk of conventional Marxist wisdom on the subjects he discusses, but not with all Marxists, among whom Trotsky, as he points out, anticipated some of his conclusions. The Economics of Feasible Socialism is, in fact, perhaps the first central work of the post-war epoch about and for socialism. Socialism is clearly written from outside the Marxist tradition. As such, it represents a moral as well as an intellectual lesson to any left that defines itself as Marxist, now put on notice to meet the same standards of honesty and acuity in its own contributions to ongoing discussions of any future socialism. This is not to say that Nove's work is beyond criticism. He rightly reproaches the main Marxist tradition for the utopianism of much of its conception of a socialist society, insisting, in terms virtually identical to those of Williams, that it is not simplicity but complexity that will characterize any realistic model of it. Yet his treatment of Marxism is also, in a way, a curiously forgetful one, for what confers its great authority on the book is its intimate knowledge and close account of the Soviet-style planned economies, reformed or unreformed, from their beginnings in the 1920s down to the present. It is to those that Nove has devoted most of his scholarly life. A large part of the message of the book is precisely that no socialist democracy in the West could afford to ignore the detailed record of centralized planning in the East, simply on the self-satisfied grounds that it was bureaucratic and therefore nothing to do with socialism. In that sense, the historical precondition of the theoretical achievement of the economics of feasible socialism has been the cumulative practical experience of the attempts to construct socialism in very hard and disadvantageous conditions in the name of Marxism. No other historical experience is available to us. Social democracy yields few lessons for Nove's enterprise, and is essentially absent from his book. Behind it stands not the vacuities of a crossland, whose future of socialism is apparently not so much as mentioned, is appropriately not so much as mentioned, but the insight and knowledge of reflections like Cornay's Dilemmas of a Socialist Economy, the laboratory out of which Nove's realism has been forged is Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. That background also indicates, however, what is essentially missing from his work. How are we to get from where we are today to where he points us to tomorrow? There is no answer to this question in Nove. His halting discussion of transition tails away into apprehensive ad monitions to moderation to the British Labour Party, and pleas for proper compensation to capitalist owners of major industries if these are to be nationalised. Nowhere is any sense of what a titanic political change would have to occur, with what fierceness of social struggle for the economic model of socialism he advocates ever to materialise. Between the radicalism of the future end state he envisages and the conservatism of the present measures he is prepared to countenance, there is an unbridgeable abyss. How could private ownership of the means of production ever be abolished by policies less disrespectful of capital than those of an Allende or a Ben, which he reproves? What has disappeared from the pages of the economics of feasible socialism is virtually all attention to the historical dynamics of any serious conflict over the control of the means of production, as the record of the 20th century demonstrates them. If capital could visit such destruction on even so poor and small an outlying province of its empire as Vietnam to prevent its loss, is it likely that it would suffer its extinction meekly in its own homelands? The lesson of the past 65 years or so are in this respect without ambiguity or exception. There is no case, from Russia to China, from Vietnam to Cuba, from Chile to Nicaragua, where the existence of capitalism has been challenged and the furies of intervention, blockade and civil strife have not dissented in response. Any viable transition to socialism in the West must seek to curtail that pattern, but to shrink from or to ignore it is to depart from the world of the possible altogether. In the same way, to construct an economic model of socialism in one advanced country is a legitimate exercise, but to extract it from any computable relationship with a surrounding and necessarily opposing capitalist environment, as this work does, is to locate it in thin air. The irony of Nove's enterprise is that a work which sets out to be resolutely realistic at every point, should be based on a typically utopian abstraction of actual historical reality and its empirical field of forces. In putting that history out of mind, the economics of feasible socialism falls subject to the very criticism it so often makes of Marxism. It proceeds on the basis of manifestly unrealistic assumptions about how people behave once they are organized in antagonistic classes. In that sense, only a politics of feasible socialism could rescue it from the realm of utopian thought it seeks to escape. No single book, however, could hope to encompass the totality of problems posed by a transition to socialism beyond bureaucracy as well as capital. There is something of the civil servant he once was, in the best sense, in Nova's approach to that socialism. An expert brief explaining lucidly and precisely with a certain detachment what practical arrangements would be suitable if an option were to be made for such a society. In some ways, this very distance from the heat and battle of politics is what gives his work its peculiar force of attraction, freed from any strategic calculation, informed only by the patent generosity and decency that incline the author, ceteris paribus, towards a juster economic order. The resultant image of a possible society is so sensible and winning that it is likely to do more to create converts to socialism than any other recent work, from a more conventional or committed background on the left. There are a number of conclusions to be drawn. A shift from the axis of values to that of institutions in projections of a socialist or communist future has been much needed and must bring with it a new sense of practical complexities. But that shift does not in itself represent a move out of the utopian space as such, so long as it is dissociated from any plausible analysis of the historical processes capable of realizing values or institutions alike. This is not to depreciate either emphasis. On the contrary, the example we have just looked at demonstrates how important a contribution can be made by a sustained effort to think through the problems of a possible socialism from within that space. Further explorations of it, in fact, would benefit from a more active dialectic between the reshaping of values and redesigning of institutions, in which each worked as a mediation or control of the other to permit new kinds of opening. It is noteworthy that the two major impulses towards bridging the gulf between institutional and ideal discourses of change have in recent years lain largely outside the ambit of socialist discussion proper. These have come from the women's movement and the ecological movement. Each has raised issues which are at once of the most far-reaching and fundamental sort conceivable, relations between the sexes, relations between humanity and nature, which lie athwart rather than within the relations between classes, that is the central concern of Marxism, yet which at the same time have permitted ready articulation into short-range practical objectives. The margin of error or even in mystification that has on occasion accreted around each is inevitable enough, but what is impressive is the ease of transition within them across the whole gamut, from the most metaphysical transvaluations of existing relations to the most mundane institutional amendments of them. It is probably not fortuitous that the one body of current work on the contours of an alternative socialism that does occupy a creative middle register between these two, combining philosophical reflection and practical proposal in a distinctive synthesis, should be the very original work of André Gorz, nourished directly by ecological concerns. To conclude, then, not every prospect of human emancipation coincides with the advent of socialism, which has no monopoly on utopian discourse today. Not every contribution to socialism as a body of thought coincides with the output of Marxism, which has no monopoly of critical theory on the left either. Where does this leave historical materialism in the 80s? In a sense, where it has always been, at the crossroads of past and future, economics and politics, history and strategy, that is, at the centre of all socialist reference today, even where it would surpass it. Such centrality is not exclusivity. Claims for the latter were always unfounded. The bases of the former, however, persist for reasons that the counterexamples I have cited themselves suggest. For historical materialism remains the only intellectual paradigm capacious enough to be able to link the ideal horizon of a socialism to come with the practical contradictions and movements of the present and their descent from structures of the past in a theory of the distinctive dynamics of social development as a whole. Like any long-term program of research in the traditional sciences themselves, it has known periods of repetition or arrest, generated in its time errors and misdirections, but like any other such paradigm, it will not be replaced so long as there is no superior candidate for comparable overall advance in knowledge. There is no sign of that yet, and we can therefore be confident that at least as much work will be done within Marxism tomorrow as it is today. The working class in the West is currently in disarray, in the throes of one of those far-reaching recompositions that have periodically marked its history since the Industrial Revolution, but it is much less defeated and dispersed than it was during the last Great Depression, and, short of war, has many days still ahead of it. Marxism has no reason to abandon its Archimedean vantage point, the search for subjective agencies capable of effective strategies for the dislodgement of objective structures, but amidst pervasive changes within world capitalism today, those three terms can only be successfully combined if they have a common end that is at once desirable and believable for millions who are now hesitant or indifferent to them. That condition is still a long way off by any calculation, but we can be sure that it will not be reached without a flow of the mainstream tradition of socialism, the current of historical materialism, towards it.